The House will come back to order. Oh, I did it too soon. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I call for the call of the House. I move for the call of the House.
A call of the House has been requested. 10 or more members must now stand and raise their hands. Yeah. Okay, there's more than 10, so the motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? And Mr. Gregorio, turn on the chimes. Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. And Mr. Gregorio, please call the names of those who are absent, and will the sergeants please locate the members who are missing?
Representative Baisley. Benavidez is here. Bradfield. Caraveo. Cutter. Doherty.
I'm going to go down and do my...
Escar. Exum. Froelich. Geithner. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray. Hanks. Hooten. And Jackson.
She's...
Judah. Kennedy. Larson. Luck. McCluskey. McKean. Mullica. Neville. Ortiz. Roberts. Sandridge. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Titone. Valdez D. Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woog. And Mr. Speaker.
Good luck. He's 10 minutes out. Did you push your button?
No, not yet.
I can.
I know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you want to be here now or do you want to be here yet? Oh, you're going to be here now.
Really?
We've called all you here together today
12:55?
to talk about House Bill 1255.
I don't think everybody heard you.
They're not moving the bill yet. You realize that. It's languishing. And we're not down on the steps. I know. I know.
yet.
Well, just saying.
Will be.
Will we?
Will be.
For 12:55?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
I want to check on that.
Go sit in your seat.
I'm thinking about it.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the call be raised.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Well, again, the ayes have it. The call is raised. Gavel. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At 4:38 on May the 4th, I move for the continuation of the special orders calendar from this morning.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will take up the continuation of special orders calendar at 4:38 on May 4th. Representative Assistant Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the House now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders.
You have heard the motion. The House will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for continuation of special orders. Madam Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez will take the chair. Do I do it again?
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1238. Members, we are going to basically start where we left off this morning on House Bill 1238, continuing debate. Thank you, Mr. Gregorio. Please read the title.
House Bill 1238 by Representative Burnett, also Senator Hansen, concerning the modernization of gas energy efficiency programs.
Representative, we're to the bill, and members, we are to the bill on House Bill 1238, just as a reminder. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you, sir.
And to the bill, we've been talking a lot about this bill earlier today, but we've been talking about the massive additional needs for traditional materials like steel and concrete and fiberglass for these greener energy future. And like Rep. Larson spoke earlier today, said, we're not against the renewable energy, but let's have a free market. Let's let the free market work and not have it mandated. It's all about reducing CO2. That's great, but I think truly natural gas is the answer here for that. But the real challenges, I think, has to do with rare earth minerals, sometimes called rare earth elements. Importantly, these same metals are also required to make critical components in our military and our defense applications. Many of these are commonly used in consumer electronics, as we know. But in recent years, we've questioned whether or not there are enough of these rare earth elements to support the green energy agenda. This is one of the unintended consequences of pursuing a green energy deal. So I think I want to make the statement that, when these conventional materials have been needed in unprecedented quantities, and the struggle to obtain rare earth minerals and elements will be even larger. We talked today a lot about the cost of energy, what it's going to do to, what it's going to cost to keep the lights on. Given what we know about supply and demand and pricing, I think, are not the prices of these commodities likely to rise? And I'm talking about the rare earth elements. Of course, the prices are going to rise as demand goes up. When that happens, the cost of turbines, solar panels, all that will increase, as will the electric bill of those who rely on that power. So I'm a strong no against this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we've had a little bit of time, and I know that maybe the sponsors were working on responses to questions, and Representative Weissman was able to answer one of my questions, but I was wondering if you had been able to provide us with a number of cases related to lung disease and blood disease and joint disease in the peer-reviewed medical literature that can be traced to the use of or production of natural gas. This has to do with the fact sheet that was circulated. Do you have any? Do y'all have any answers? No answers?
Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed colleagues, as we were working through committee this afternoon, it gave me great pause and great opportunity to think about the future of Colorado and how important it is that we don't continue to undermine our traditional energy. Now, I will tell you, even around the world, natural gas is being identified as the traditional energy of the future. Its qualities of clean burning, its qualities and efficiencies, and its marketability around the world are very great. And it does have utility in Colorado. And I will tell you that this particular bill, using demand-side management standards to impact our gas utilities, is a model that is big government mandating to an industry what it must do in future time to meet those future policy goals that are set, and they can't even be amended or changed in future time. The real issue for me, and I really am going to go back to our theme of rushing to failure, because I see this happening. I see this happening in our country. I see this happening in our state. I see Colorado continue to attack traditional energy sources in an effort to eliminate them, to make them go away forever. In fact, at great haste, in my humble opinion, which is why this bill so concerns me. You know, if we use an economic analogy, some people will say, well, I like supply-side economics, I like demand-side economics. What drives the supply-demand curve? What is the shape of that curve? How is it adjusted by the many, many influencers? But I will tell you, supply-side economics is truly reflected and reflective of the market. Now, we know that our policy, national and state policy, is not driven by supply-side economics, nor does this bill allow for supply-side economics to be truly what the utilities use. These targets that we're asking the PUC to not only, I believe, determine, but also regulate. And I will remind you that the acronym PUC stands for the Public Utility Commission, not the GUC. GUC. I'll let you figure out the first word. But many of these policies come from the top. Some say this is the governor's policy on renewable energy, and this is one step to get there. So who does the utility commission that's designated to work for the public working for? That's a question. Because under the supply side models, demand would be up, particularly if we're in the export market like we should be. And I will tell you, rural Colorado would be benefiting from that demand and that very important energy resource. Now, if the bill just focused on those requirements to get more efficient with respect to the technology and the implementation of technology, working within our building structures and our heating and insulation and air conditioning to meet the energy demands for infrastructure, for capital infrastructure, that would be one thing. But the bill goes farther than that. It seeks to completely change, over time, incrementally, what those utilities and those gas utilities will be able to do and how they will be able to do it. because of policy that comes from the PUC, and that policy will not be generated by the PUC or by the public coming to request demands or the utilities coming to seek and influence and request the PU's decision for favorable supply-side recommendations, but rather demand-side influencers that come from on high. Now, I will tell you, I'm very, very concerned about the direction. It troubles me. Something so simple as this troubles me. I am tired of bending. I'm tired of giving. Eastern Colorado is tired of watching the oil and gas industry continue to be whittled away in this state. Our revenues to be degraded. Truly the value of our mineral rights to be diminished. So, ladies and gentlemen, this actually gets to an even larger issue. Because you see, my First Amendment rights for life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness may be very much predicated on my ability to exercise my mineral rights on the lands that my forefathers and my fathers held, to market and sell those subsurface minerals and or, in
Representative
this case,
Holtorf,
gas.
are we to the bill, please?
Absolutely to the bill. We're talking about this gas utility demand side management standards and the impact that this, what may be perceived small measure, will have on a complete industry in eastern Colorado, of which I am to represent. So I believe I'm to the bill. I believe I'm talking about demand side management standards that are very troubling. But I will talk more specifically to the bill because I really am concerned about this rush to failure. And I had a lot of time to think about it over the lunch hour and during Public Health Committee. So I'm going to bring forth another amendment. I think this amendment is probably a better amendment than my previous amendment. So in an attempt to do this correctly this time, I will move L014 to House Bill 1238 and ask it to be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. The amendment has been moved and is now before us. Please proceed. Representative Sandridge. Representative Holtorf, would you like to explain your amendment?
I would love to. I thought Representative Sandridge was beckoning me for some wise counsel and advice on my amendment before I explained it, but I was mistaken. He was just reaching out and pointing at something else and distracted me.
Sounds like a wise man.
Thank goodness I have the majority leader to help guide me and point me in the right direction. Thank you, ma'am. Focus, cowboy, focus.
You got this.
All right, so this particular amendment, you know, I really think we need more time. You know, time is something that makes us avoid, oftentimes, particularly with policy, avoid making hasty or bad mistakes in the political cycle. Now, many people say, well, what is that political cycle? Well, I'll talk later on this evening about the political cycle, maybe about 8 or 9 o'clock. I don't want to go into it right now. But I will tell you this amendment right here, 2031, if we change that date to 2031, I believe that's 10 years from now. And 10 years from now, where will we be? Well, I will tell you that I think if you'd listened to me earlier, that as we move towards renewables, this is a longer journey that gets us to a place that everybody wants to be. But that journey must be deliberate, it must be thoughtful, and it also must have a minimal collateral impact on the citizens of the state. I can't think of a better way to minimize the impact than to implement this over 10 years and allow for other things to get into play that allows for us to have a very well thought out and deliberate implementation with respect to this PUC modernization of gas utility demand side management standards. So thank you, fellow colleagues, for listening. Thank you for your understanding and knowing that this road is best traveled as a slow trip into our future that minimizes the collateral damage that we face under these Green New Deal policy moves.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Chair. You can be Chair? Assistant Minority Leader / Chair.
Excuse me, Majority Leader.
Majority. Oh. Majority, excuse me. I guess I insulted her. So I wasn't planning on coming up here and talking in favor of this amendment, but Representative Holtorf's words inspired me to come up here and represent my district, you know, maybe half as good as he represents his. This has to do with the timing. I don't know if this really even addresses the essence of the bill. This addresses the timing of implementation. And what this amendment does is allows certain areas to maybe recover from the pandemic, get firm footing, get their area in firm footing, their businesses, their families, bring back jobs. Maybe it allows a better economic environment in the future to implement this regulatory law. So this doesn't attack the essence of the bill. This has to do with timing. It's saying, let's wait till our constituents get to a better footing before we enact this. And we have time. I don't think the world's going to come to the end by 2031. And I know many people believe with the new president, the future is bright. So let's wait till the future's a little brighter before we implement this. Remember, our constituents are watching. They're watching. And they're looking for our leadership. Not just the type of bills, but the timing. So I commend this amendment. I think we should all, this is one of those amendments that we can all gather around. It's a bipartisan amendment because it's a compromise. It's a compromise on the bill and it's a compromise on the timing. So you're bringing both sides together, working on something. So I think it's a win-win on both sides. So I think we should all consider I stand in support, ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Pelton, we are to Amendment L14.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this amendment. I was privileged enough to have a tour of NREL a couple years ago, and the advancements in technology is really evolving in this industry. I think this is very appropriate. Give the technology more time to mature, make this an economical transfer, and you know, and at the same time, giving the free market forces a chance to be implemented. And if this truly is something that should happen, this extra time
lets the technology catch up to it, and lets the people decide if it is right to move forward with this. So I really like this amendment, and I appreciate Representative Holtorf bringing it forward.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. I want to get that right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I stand in strong support of this amendment. I think the real advantage here is, you know, you're moving this back to 2031. Maybe it gives a chance for the free market system to work and gives it a chance to catch up. Maybe by 2031, the free market will be where we want to be anyway. So strong support of this amendment, especially for the free market to potentially catch up with this. Thank you.
Is there Representative Holtorf?
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I think I got it right this time.
Thank you, sir.
No, Madam Chair. Dang it. Well, Rep. Kennedy's going to
either
train
one
me
is
one of
fine.
these years. Not Madam Chair? Because we're at that point. We're not at the other point. I'll get this. Give me about 6 or 8 more years. I'll have this figured out. So, now, I just want to point something out because I think we are overlooking something that is near genius. Near genius. And I'm not saying that from a point of trying to be arrogant or pompous or in any way. But allow me to explain myself. Because 10 years, 1 decade, allows for a lot of things to happen. And yes, I think, you know, those standards and that are outlined here in future time could have some merit. 10 years, as my colleague from Cheyenne County pointed out, allows for a lot of technology to be developed. An enormous amount of technology as the speed of technology increases. I mean, in 10 years, I think we might be on Mars with a colony. To the bill, yes, ma'am. To the amendment, yes, ma'am. So, that 10-year period will allow for technology to come forth, will allow for natural gas to proliferate, technologies in the natural gas sector to move us closer to minimizing carbon footprints created by natural gas. It will also allow for technologies in the green energy and the renewable energy space to come forward. In an area truly where there are some issues with renewables. If you look at, and we had previously today, and I know that many of us remember this acutely, we had one of our representatives come up here that went over very clearly what the inputs are to build one wind tower. Just one wind tower. Now think about something, ladies and gentlemen, that should not be overlooked.
Representative Holtorf, can we please stay to the amendment, which is looking at the time frame?
Yes, ma'am. 10 years. And I'll save those comments till later. But with respect to this, that 10-year period is a perfect window of time, as was mentioned earlier, for the technologies and for our country to move forward and still retain probably one of the most powerful resources at its highest capacity, supply-side capacity, not demand-side management in the state of Colorado. This will give us that period of time. So I am going to yield the podium, but I really want you to think about this. That 10-year period is, I believe, in my heart of hearts, the right answer to allow for this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'd really like to save the Coloradans $600 to $700 million over the next 10 years, so I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L14? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the bill sponsor. You might save in your mind $67 million, but you will take that from my people when they cannot generate and realize the revenue from their lack of opportunity that is taken away. And that number, although I have not calculated it, will be in the millions and possibly tens of millions. So I will tell the chamber and those listening that that argument does not hold water, because in almost every case, a government mandate does not mean an industry sector saves money. It actually means an industry sector has to spend more money. And that is what is most interesting about somebody saying that we're going to impose government oversight and regulations because we're going to save money. Well, I think even the fiscal note points out that we're not saving money. So I'm not sure about that number. I don't want to get too deep into this discussion because I think it will not end in a positive outcome. But I will tell you that over 10 years, my people will continue to have the opportunity, with the resource that is theirs by right, as a property right, which should not be infringed upon as their constitutional right, that should not be taken or infringed upon by a demand-side standard imposed by a state bureaucratic agency that thinks it knows better than the industry and is telling the industry what to do. There's too much of that already coming from so many places upon our utilities. They're constantly under attack, and they are crumbling under that pressure. And those policy decisions, very much like this bill, have a significant and detrimental impact to rural Colorado.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L14? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is such a thing as cost shifting. You may think that you're going to save the taxpayers money, but the consumer will pay for this. And how you can say that with a straight face, I just don't know. I urge a aye vote on this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Assistant Majority Leader. That gets me thinking when we talk about cost shifting, when we talk about things that we've learned in the past. And the reason why I think we need to consider pushing this out into the future is how we've gotten to where we are now. So when we see in the bill and we look at page 9, line 25, Commission shall not prohibit gas utilities from offering programs or incentives. We're back to the incentives that I talked about earlier that encourage customers to replace gas-fueled appliances with efficient electric appliances. What we end up talking about here is BTU generation. And as we understand, BTU, British thermal unit generation, is a function of fuel. It is a function of what you can do with that fuel. When we talk about where we are today, we kind of have to, in understanding how to cast our eyes forward and what is the appropriate length of time to get into this, we have to look back a little bit. And some folks were not in this room when we had the Turducken Amendment, but what we really had was a discussion of all of these different investment sources and the types of utilities that we have and how we're moving them forward and how the PUC treats them. And so when we talk about a ramp, a long-term view of how we can get into the exact thing that you want to do, which is move people away from gas-fueled appliances, gas-fueled devices, into more efficient types of things, we need time. Time is a huge component in this. And you know why time is a huge component? Think about how much has changed in this state just in the last few years as we have set artificial targets for what we should look at for renewable and recycled energy generation. We have set those artificial targets partly because we have different kinds of utilities, different kinds of investor-owned and public-owned utilities. And that is why when you look at the time horizon in this amendment, it makes sense. Push this out into the future. Push this out into the future so that what you really are doing is allowing innovation to catch up with the ideological goal. Because when we have an ideological goal and we say this is what we want to do, what we really want to do is make sure that everyone can meet it. I came to this well years ago and spoke about how investor-owned utilities need to offload high capital type of plants, especially coal-fired power plants, combined cycle natural gas plants. They had already depreciated off the books. And so again, on the time horizon, you need to make sure people can get the maximum amount of use out of their generation. Rawhide power plant up north on the way to Cheyenne, beautifully clean coal-fired power plant. Not as good as nothing as a perpetual motion machine, but pretty darn good when it comes down to how we burn coal and generate BTUs to boil water. And so when we get to that, there will be a stranded cost no matter what. So give the utilities a way to get the stranded cost recovered and push past the immediate dates out into the future.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Holtorf.
Now, Madam Chair and esteemed colleagues, I want to tell a little country story to the amendment. So this 10-year period to have the PUC implement these demand-side management standards. As we said, it gives us time. It allows for less negative impact on natural gas. It allows for an adjustment. Now, natural gas is so important in eastern Colorado, not only to the utility who's providing it, but also to the consumer. In this 10-year period, I want to talk to something with the permission of the chair, just to highlight something that's very important about how we need to consider the importance and role of natural gas and not imposing demand-side restrictions that will limit and change the availability of that sooner, but rather later. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll take silence as consent.
What are you asking for permission for, Representative Holtorf? Because we are to the amendment. We're to Amendment L14. I can call
Madam,
the question.
I think silence is not consent. I was just trying to be humorous. And I don't have those. Too old for that. Anyway, so truly this 10-year period, I really want us to think long and hard about this, because I think it's the right number for what this bill wants to achieve. So I would ask that we take a good hard look at this amendment. I encourage an aye vote from this amendment. I know I have bipartisan support over here on this side, so I appreciate that, sitting with us and giving us comfort and strength. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L14, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L14 fails. We're back to the bill. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair / Assistant Majority Leader. Again, Representative Holtorf motivated me to come down here and speak on the behalf of Coloradoans. I read his amendment, and maybe the time frame was too small. So I'm going to expand the time frame, and hopefully this will be more liking and gain bipartisan support. So I move Amendment L015 and ask that it's displayed.
Amendment L 15 has been properly moved and is now before us. Please proceed, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if 10 years doesn't work, maybe 110 years will work. Because if we look at the last 100 years, technology has advanced more in that time frame than all of history since the beginning of time. So if we allow 110 years before implementation, we allow technology to prosper, to advance. Can you imagine where we'll be in 110 years? The things that we can do, the clean energy. So in 110 years, we may be different planets. We could use that information, the scientific studies that are being conducted, maybe to help us with green energy. Maybe we could do it in a way that it gains bipartisan support, where it doesn't hurt or strangle our rural communities. Maybe in 110 years, the time will be perfect and we can all come together. Maybe there could be, where can you imagine where we would be? So I think that we should come behind this amendment, back the future. Don't be scared of the future. Don't be scared of the future. Embrace the future. Embrace technology. Imagine where we will be. So let's put our heads together and give this thing time to prosper. Give this thing time like a fine wine. Give it time, and then make sure it's perfect. And in 110 years, we can bring this forward, and maybe it's something that we all can get behind. Again, I ask for an aye vote. This is the fine wine, takes time. Let's give this thing time, make it a great product. 110 years is something we can all get behind. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sanders. Further discussion on Amendment L015. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. And I believe we are back to the bill. Yes, Representative Hotorf.
I like what you said. We have to talk some more, though. I will. After each amendment, I'll come back. Thank you.
Representative Hotorf, go ahead.
You guys did a switch on me. Now, Mr. Chairman, there's only 5 or 6, ma'am. So, now we're to the bill, right?
Yes, we are.
So I can tell my story. And I did appreciate a moment speaking with the bill sponsors here about how we want to strive for efficiencies. We want to strive to move towards efficiencies in the technology and the appliances, and that this bill does talk to that. I'm going to go back and talk to the bill sponsors a little bit more here because I think that conversation is so important. But I want to tell this story about eastern Colorado in the winter and how important it is that even the most antiquated systems oftentimes can save your life. Because I will tell you, new systems, although they are more efficient, they're technologically enhanced. If and when they fail, the ability to repair those can be very difficult, can be costly, and in rural Colorado, where those technicians and those services may be hundreds of miles away, it becomes problematic. But I want to go back to my story. If we have, and we have had, and I growing up on the Eastern Plains many a winter, we have these terrible storms, these severe, severe Arctic blasts that cover us with high wind and extreme cold temperatures. And invariably what happens is the power goes out. Your electric power goes out. I mean done. That electric utility, and unfortunately because of this severe environmental situation, it will take hours and possibly days for that electrical energy to be restored. Now, I can remember many a winter in our home on Buffalo Springs Ranch with an old ceramic-faced propane gas stove that was so reliable, that would never fail because of the quality, because of the engineering. And I'm not talking about the short-sighted engineering that we have today, which about a 10-year period and things get replaced, and they actually design implements, including high-efficiency implements, to have a very finite design life. And then the expectation is the consumer will replace them, and that is how the consumer demand is maintained. But I'm talking about the old stove that would last 40 or 50 years and continue to operate. But in these cold winter days when there's no electricity and you do have either natural gas or liquid propane, the one thing that heats your home, the one thing that everybody in Texas wanted in February that they may not have had, was an old gas stove. Now, not only could you heat your home with this old stove, not only could you heat that home, but you could boil water. Not only could you boil water that would give you sanitary drinking water, but you could also cook on that thing. You could turn the heat up and cook on that thing, and that became your lifeline. That old propane stove or an indoor natural gas stove became your lifeline in those harsh times. In fact, that old gas stove became the center of the universe for us in the 1970s when the power did go out for 10 days. That old gas stove became the center of the universe for us. And I dare say it was not efficient. And I'm talking decades past, but I'll tell you what, oftentimes that old technology is so reliable that it should not be discounted. And there is a replacement cost to those things. So, why are you trying to have him go over there? He's my buddy. Anyway, I want to offer another amendment. I digress, ma'am. Sir, excuse me, Mr. Chair. I just want to offer another amendment, and I do think this is reasonable. I would like to move L012 to House Bill 1238 and have it properly displayed. Sure. I'm nice like that.
Hold on just a second, Representative Voltor. Okay, now the amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Amendment L012 to the amendment. Representative Voltor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that 10 years was maybe a bridge too far, just too much time. I'd like to offer half of that, 5 years. I'd like to have the bill sponsors consider our pleas and think about this as a compromise as we move forward. So please consider this and vote yes.
Yes, Representative Foley.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf, for bringing this amendment. And while we are all excited to be on the slow train to the future, we urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Further discussion? Seeing none? Representative Will. Go ahead, Representative Will.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was trying to get my boot back on.
That's all right. You're good.
So I want to repeat an earlier question, how we find enough materials to satisfy all of our world demands. I'm talking about rare earth minerals and renewable energy. There's only one answer to this question. It's one that environmentalists, thank you. The boot lady brought me water, thank you. And it is to the bill, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
And there's only one answer to this, and you know, we talk about all the environmental issues and all that, and I think they'd oppose this tooth and nail in the past because it's going to require more mining, a lot more mining. We either increase domestic output here in the United States, or we're going to purchase from other countries, and that means China, other countries that are mining those products. You know, mining constitutes a change in land use. It's a major cause of climate change, according to the alarmists. Ironically, though, both changes to land use and intensive use of fossil fuels in the creation of alternative energy. It's a huge increase of the use of fossil fuels for this alternative energy, mostly in the mining, refining, and manufacturing processes that are needed to save us, if that's how you're looking at this from a renewable standpoint. There are substantial environmental costs of additional extraction. Two principles from mining that come into play here. The first relates to the concept of yield. That is what is produced by the mine once the labor, the extraction, and the various other processes have been applied. I want to talk a little bit about cobalt. Cobalt, for example, is a critical green energy. It's critical for green energy. An average ore content for cobalt, 0.02%, means that for every ton of ore mined, the element yields about 4 pounds. That's about 4 pounds for every ton, 2,000 pounds to a ton. Put another way, for every 4 pounds produced, another 1,996 pounds of material has to be cast aside. We all know about the mining problems. Put another way, when it comes to cobalt needed for one EV battery, 30 pounds of cobalt's needed. That means that 6,400 pounds of ore has to be processed and mostly discarded. Just how green is renewable energy? Strongly oppose this bill again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Will. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really like all this discussion about this bill. And I have an amendment here that I think is just going to be the cat's meow to kind of get our side kind of on board with this. So I would move Amendment L016 and ask that it be displayed. Thank you.
That's a proper motion. The amendment has been moved and properly displayed to Amendment L016. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does is it exempts counties 50,000 and fewer that also are in an air quality attainment zone, which I think is very important to this discussion. Because if we are already in that air quality attainment zone, I don't think my citizens should have to be subjected to these increased costs. So I ask for support for this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L016. Yes, Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Further discussion. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was an opportunity when we recessed until 4:30 this afternoon to talk to some energy experts, and I'll pass on what I got from them. And this is, in their estimation, this is an opportunity for an out-of-control majority to implement some fuzzy math to work their energy policy and really force an agenda that most people don't want to endure. I will say on this, I appreciated their opinions on that. If we end up reducing our energy options in this state, we end up endangering lives. I mentioned the Canadian example of 2003 and the ice storm. Other representatives mentioned the Texas example of the ice storm just a few months ago. If we do not maintain a viable gas and coal industry, in my estimation, we will rue the day that we have eliminated those options. I'm reminded again of, I guess he's a hero of mine, deceased now, but Dr. Peter Beckman out of University of Boulder there. And he made the comment, he said, the ironclad laws of probability will tell you if you wait long enough, you will find an instance of a one-armed professor from the University of Michigan named Zebulon McSchwammelfuss will get hit by a meteor. Ironclad laws of probability. What I'm saying here is, well, you take away coal, you take away gas, and you go to wind power and solar power, there's going to be a day the sun ain't shining, the wind ain't blowing, and it's freezing out. And that's when we're going to wish we had a viable gas industry. And auditing it out of existence by being in control of the golden rule is a bad way to hurt our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Soper. And we are back to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I once again rise in opposition to this bill, but just kind of want to talk about some of the numbers that are behind what it would take to implement what's behind this bill. So to move beyond natural gas and to a wind and solar economy, let's talk about what the governor's energy plan for achieving this has in it. So it's 2.4 million acres by 2050, or that's 3,700 square miles, an area that stretches from Golden to Aurora. Why this is important to consider this is if there's going to be a cost savings that's achieved by demand-side management. We also need to consider what's actually going to happen with the land to actually implement this, and I thought my colleague from Newcastle actually illustrated this very well when he was talking about the cobalt mining that would be involved. There's a lot of natural resources that will have to be mined to be able to come up with the solar panels and the windmills. Not that I'm against that by any means, but I think it's really important that we have a balanced energy portfolio and not be stressing one side of the demand, which is what this bill is going to lead to here. I'm greatly concerned by that. There's a little less than 2 million cars on the road here in Colorado. And that to be able to have, like using cars as an example, just enough wind turbines would take 14 million more cars to equal the amount of resources to build the wind turbines that it would take to power Colorado by 2030. in listening to this bill in committee, one thing I was certainly confused about was why it is that this only applies to one side of investor-owned utilities. I can't find my notes. But why we don't have some of the other, like municipal-owned utilities included, and maybe that is a question you'd be willing to answer. It's just because it's the PUC-regulated side of things. Huh? That certainly answers that side of the question, but I mean, the fact that, I know that may be the system that we have, but it certainly bifurcates what we have out there to not include elements that probably ought to be regulated under a standardized plan. But I certainly think that we could do better than this bill, and that looks really good, Representative Valdez. So once again, I renew my support or my opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have had a robust discussion about this bill. I urge a yes vote on House Bill 21-1238. Thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Likewise.
So we've heard a lot of stories about a lot of things, about a lot of places. And I got to tell you, I like to think about what we're doing here in the perspective of my constituents and what they hear coming out of here. And the funny thing is, whenever I go back in the district, they always like to talk to me about national politics, and I say I don't even know what's going on. And I've heard that Biden guy won, but other than that, I don't really know what's happening. But they hear scary things like Green New Deal. And I really believe that this is kind of our effort in this state in the first steps of going down the new Green Deal. So they understand that. And they can relate that back to, that's what, they're like watching NFL. We're like college level, and then of course they really care about what's going on at the high school level. But this bill really is kind of our first step in moving towards the new Green Deal, and that's a little scary. The other aspects of this bill that really scare me and that are concerning is that the implementation of this starts next year, and we're in the middle of trying to recover economically from a pandemic that economically wrecked this state. And so now we're going to pile on top of that the idea that now your gas rates are going to go up. We already know we're not done here, but our gas that goes into our cars is going to go up, and now we're saying, oh, by the way, we also want you to pay more for the gas that heats your house and heats your water. And I just think we need to think more about what our constituents hear. And I will tell you that what my constituents are hearing on this is that we're trying to move ahead with environmental stewardship at the cost of the pocketbook of the people that we serve every day. And I would strongly encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lynch. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Representative Lynch and I do not live in the same community, but his business is in my town. His business is an anchor business in my downtown, which we're attempting to revitalize and refresh. Representative Mullica came and we did a town hall there, and then went to dinner downtown, and you can see kind of the vibrance that Little Loveland will have. One of the things that it takes, believe it or not, are jobs. And one of the things that when we get to questions, as I have engaged you with, when we talk about data and when we talk about the science and when we talk about what we want to do, and goals that are aspirational and goals that are grounded in reality of what we need to do and how we can do it. And this is why I will always urge caution to extend time to make sure that we don't command as much as we allow the market to respond. I give this example frequently, and I think this is part of what I would hope that the Colorado House of Representatives would consider when we talk about these kinds of issues, is that there's a very real condition and a very real effect. Cardinal Glass moved to Loveland a few years ago. And I was on council at the time, and they came in and they said, you know what, we want to bring about 250 jobs to your town. And they said, we know we would like to be in Loveland. We are kind of looking for sites. We wanted to know what council members think. And I asked them, what do you want? Do you want an incentive? Is it something that you want the town to do to make sure to attract you here? And they said, no. They said, Loveland, Colorado, because they are part of the Platte River Power Authority, has some of the most reliable, inexpensive electricity that we can find. Cardinal Glass tempers glass. So they have giant electric ovens that heat panels of glass up, and then they cool them slowly so that they're tempered, so that you can have them as the windows in your bathroom over your tub or your shower doors or these incredibly important things that we all want. And they employ my citizens. And they came and they said, we don't want anything. We don't want the city to go and hand us $1 million to bring jobs here. We don't want you to buy the land and give it to us. We just want a place where we can come, where we have inexpensive, incredibly reliable energy, electric energy. So they came to Loveland. They have since told me that they are having to rethink that and those 250 jobs in my town, because a few years ago we passed some ideological targets for renewable energy, ones that we knew we couldn't meet yet, but we said you have to meet them, and we're not sure what the technology is going to look like, but you have to meet them by this date. And I pushed back against that because I thought that's not realistic. That's not something that is grounded in the reality of what we need to do. It's more the ideology of what we'd like to do, and those are often disparate. And so this last winter, or this last February actually, we know that we had a moment in time where we had a couple of days where the sun didn't shine super bright, the wind didn't blow real hard, and natural gas was an issue. And the terrible problem to that is that now we have Platte River Power Authority who is trying to meet the state's goals that we instituted in statute. And so they didn't have the gas to run their combined cycle and their direct turbines. And thank goodness that we had rawhide that was still atomizing coal and burning it to boil water. We had all the things we need because guess what? That company still needs my energy. They still need inexpensive, reliable electricity to do their job that employs 250 people. And I think you're going to hear this a lot from me, and you'll hear this a lot from other members, that one of the things that we start to forget when we have aspirational goals are the moms and dads of our state who sit across the kitchen table from each other trying to figure out how they're going to pay the bills, and how sometimes these bills that say these are very aspirational things that we want to do, PUC, go out and figure out how to help do this, are not always the most effective solution. I want to help couples sit there and say, this is how we're going to pay our bills. Because by golly, the job I have with Cardinal Glass pays well, gives me good benefits, and makes sure my kids can go to good schools. Those are really important things. And I think we lose them sometimes when we get into the philosophical debate here about what do these targets look like? What do we need to tell the PUC to go do? I think we forget that one of our responsibilities here is to make sure that people have a paycheck, and that everything we do still, even if it's an aspirational goal and it's attainable, that we try to make sure that it lives within reality and within common sense.
Further discussion on 1238. Yes, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciated the words of Minority Leader McKean. But I wanted to mention directly to Representative Lynch, my friend and colleague and man who I'm occasionally misidentified as. You made a comment, Representative Lynch, about the economies of our citizens of Colorado being impacted by COVID-19 and the pandemic and the closing of businesses and the bankruptcies that they've endured. I think where you forgot to place a little emphasis is Colorado government's budget is doing very well. We were patting ourselves on the back for passing a $34.6 billion budget. And I think sometimes people in government forget the trials and tribulations of the average citizens. And this has been no average year with the government mandating closures and distancing. So,
Representative Hanks, please make your comments to the bill, House Bill 1238, on concerning modernization of gas energy efficiency programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it is easy to go off on a tangent when you're watching people's economies fail, and I just wanted to embellish and add a little bit to Representative Lynch's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm down here to just say, I don't particularly like reading things down here at the well, but I want to read this out of the greenhouse gas emissions report on our emissions blue sheet, like we use pink sheet for finance. This bill may result in lower greenhouse gas emissions, but the precise impact is indeterminate, as any savings will depend on future decisions and actions by the PUC, Public Utilities Commission, and natural gas utilities. Specifically, if the bill results in the PUC establishing higher energy savings targets than under current law, and gas utilities are able to meet these higher targets through a broader range of cost-effective demand-side management strategies, CHG, greenhouse gas emissions, will be reduced. Greenhouse gas emission reductions, if they occur, will result from reduced demand and consumption of natural gas by residential and business and end users. There's an awful lot of ifs and maybes in that statement. This is one of the things that we do now here at the legislature is we write these estimates so that we can make decisions. It appears to me we're guessing. We're going to pass a bill on guesses. Let me bring it to something that I know a little bit more about rather than gas, other than hot air. Demand-side management is being forced upon your agricultural community too. Demand management is what it's called. Or in other words, they come to us and say, oh, we're sure that you can use less. We're positive that you can use less. This bill says we're positive that you can use less. We don't have the technology yet, but we're sure you can use less. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to be sure of things before we start putting them in law. I don't think we should be making decisions on our best guess. There's not a business in this state that runs itself on its best guess. And here we are today, making our best guess. They've done that to us in the water business. They're doing it to you in your heating business. I'm not sure how many of you have natural gas utilities, but I would bet there's a good bunch of us that do. How do we go about rearranging the state of Colorado to be generated electricity servicing the homes that are 50 years old now? That's going to be a big cost. We're going to have an awful lot of more service. What are we going to do with the gas lines? We worry about orphan lines all over the state of Colorado. Yet in this bill, we're talking about orphaning a bunch of gas lines in our communities. It seems to me that a couple of those amendments might have worked, stretching it out. I'm not going to discuss what could have been, should have been, or might have been. So that's the reason I'm here. I don't think we should be running bills and should be passing laws on what could be, may be, or should be the results. We do have time. Time is a benefit to a lot of us in this business. We've allowed ourselves the luxury of kidding ourselves that now is the only time we can do it. Good decisions are made over time. Good decisions are made with a lot more people talking about them than we have here today. It seems to me that the future of the state of Colorado is tied awfully close to the states that are around us. Here we are deciding we're going to do these things. We're going to change our industries. We're going to change everything for us, and we haven't spoken to our neighbors. Because are they going to? More than likely not. Because we'll be getting out of the market for gas. And that will allow them to buy more. We see that on an international stage. We're closing coal mines. We're buttoning up coal-fired plants. Yet I read an article sitting in my desk today that China will open 189 new coal-fired plants this year. I know they're a long ways away. They're over the horizon. But I'll bet some of that smoke gets here. And then will we be punishing our communities because there's more smoke in our air? Will we ratchet it down a little tighter so that we won't be able to burn the gas? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking for you to vote no on this bill. There's an awful lot of questions that haven't been answered, particularly direct questions in today's debate. I can't make a decision if you won't answer my questions or answer my colleagues' questions. Today, this should be a no. We should take the time to talk about the future and talk about the future that we can all walk into without worrying about which party we're in or which party we're not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Division has been called. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Representative McKean. Division has been called.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and we will get to the division, but the debate can continue, which I think is important to remember because that's actually how this body works, is on the basis of our rules and the things that we need to do. This debate shouldn't be done yet because what we are talking about are the ways that we go about living our lives. So I'm in the midst of trying to figure out how to build a house. And do you know what drives what choices I make in that? It is the long-term benefit to my life, whether that is through comfort or economy or whatever else it is. There's a wonderful system out there for heating and cooling your home, which is high-velocity air conditioning, both on the heat side and the air conditioning side. It's just kind of an amazing technology. Guess what it still has? A gas burner. Guess what saves me more money over time? Using gas instead of electricity. Guess what burns incredibly cleanly? Gas. Guess what we tried in the 1970s? How many people in here have bought a house where you were paying $200 or $300 a month for baseboard electric heat. That was a big idea in the 1970s, that by golly, we won't force air, we'll just make sure that we have these baseboard heaters. And all of a sudden families said, you know what, we can't really have ground beef tonight because we're paying a lot for an electric bill. So when I talk about practical decisions, when I talk about common sense, what I'm really talking about are the choices that families in this state need to be able to make without the onerous hand of the state of Colorado coming down to tell them what it is they can or cannot do, whether it is on the production side or the demand side. And in fact, this world is one that I think a lot of us do understand pretty well. We understand it that when Representative Catlin talks about some of the questions that are unanswered here, it ought to give us pause, and it ought to give us pause about the practicality of the solution we're being offered. It should give us pause about what we are about to codify in statute and whether or not that has worked out or will work out to the greatest benefit of Colorado's citizens and residents. That's all I'm asking everybody to think about. We all live in this state and have neighbors and our own families. We have those friends and those folks that we know who sit down to figure out how you're going to pay the bills. We never, ever should sit in this building and determine that an ideological solution that doesn't necessarily have a home in practicality is something we force that makes that job harder. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Thank you. Division has been called. Further, yes, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just come up here to say that I have had leadership in my caucus come forward, and I will tell you what wise words. What wise words that I would like this chamber to listen to. I think there's an opportunity to really consider how important this is. So I strongly urge a no vote and to listen to the wise words of my leadership, who I greatly respect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Division has been called. All those in the chamber not entitled. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I come down here as I've been listening to the debate since this morning, and I too had questions, and all I wanted was them to be answered. And I still have questions on this bill. Yes, the motion has been moved forward for division. And as I have continued to listen to this bill and debate, all I asked was my questions to be answered. So I still have some concerns on this bill.
Division has been called. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Okay. Just to clarify, the division has been called and we're voting on House Bill 1238 as amended. The division has been called. All those not entitled to vote, please be seated. Okay, all those in favor of House Bill 1238 as amended, please stand and remain standing until the vote is counted.
You have Ortiz, right? You have Ortiz.
You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. House Bill 1238 as amended is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1162.
We will move out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Ms. Negorio, please read the title to House Bill 1162.
House Bill 1162 by Representatives Valdez A. and Cutter, also Senators Gonzalez and Garcia, concerning the management of plastic products.
Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I move House Bill 1162 and the Finance and Energy and Environment reports.
And the appropriations.
And the appropriations report.
Thank you. To the appropriations report. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor
So
to serve with you.
in appropriations, they just needed to clarify that there was indeed an appropriation clause in the bill, and that passed this morning. And I asked, that's all.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the appropriation report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to 1162. All those in favor say aye. Hello. All opposed say no. What? We're on the Appropriations Committee report.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay. Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Finance report, Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the appropriation, or in the Finance Committee, we made a substantial change to the bill in that we removed the section of the bill that would have allowed local governments to go above and beyond the sections that were established within the bill. And that was the major change that we made in the Finance Committee, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on the finance report? Yes, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for my mix-up and my
No
frown.
problem.
So obviously I was in the Finance Committee, and we discussed this bill at length. One thing that was stressed in the Finance Committee was schools, that the schools needed some extra time. They came out and said, you know, this is extra, this is a heavy burden on us, this is a regulation. We need extra time to adjust, to gather the resources, the staff, because it's a strain on them. They just needed extra time. And the committee, we agreed to this. The sponsors agreed to this and agreed that they needed extra time. Well, what I'm up here to discuss the committee report is to discuss the restaurants. They need extra time. Let's remind us that the restaurant industry suffered one of the worst blows out of any industry last year. Many of them lost 80% to 100% of their revenue. Many of them suffered the worst economic crisis that industry has ever experienced since the beginning of our state. So what I'm here not discussing the essence of the bill, I want to discuss, associated with this report, I want to discuss the timing of the bill. I think we need to be fair. We agreed that the schools needed time. We can't leave the restaurant industry out. They're my constituents, they're your constituents. They need time as well. In many cases, the restaurant industries were hurt harder than the schools. They don't have a backdrop of funding from the state like schools do. These are your constituents. These are your people. We need to give them a little extra time. So with that said, I move Amendment L030 to the Finance Committee report and ask that it's displayed.
Thank you. The amendment has been moved and properly displayed to Amendment L030. Representative Sandridge.
So this is a pretty simple amendment. It moves the date of implementation to January 1st, 2027. And why is this so vital, so important? We need to recover. The restaurant industry needs to recover. You do not put a burdensome regulation on them when they just suffered one of the worst years in history. They're down on one knee right now. Many of them are on the edge of bankruptcy. These small businesses, their families are on the edge of bankruptcy. And this is not the time to add another strain to them, which could push them over the edge to bankruptcy. So I'm not up here debating right now the essence of the bill. I'm debating timing. Timing. We need to let them recover. Get back on 2 feet. Get a firm hold before we put a strenuous regulation on them that will cost them. Many of these businesses are on the edge. Many of these businesses are watching us right now. They're watching me, they're watching you. You all got the emails about them needing help. This is not help. This is something to hurt them. So what I'm asking with this amendment, let's hold off till January 1st, 2027 before we implement this. Let's give them some time. Let's think about the strain that these businesses are suffering. Let's let them recover. With that said, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L030. Yes, Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Sanders, for bringing those concerns. We have worked extensively with the restaurant industry to craft this bill. We have done everything we can to work with them, and I do this from the perspective of representing a district that probably has more restaurants than any other district in the state. Representing downtown Denver, we had many conversations with business owners to ensure, and what they told me was this bill helps them to ensure that they have standardized distribution statewide, but that their customers are driving this change, and they appreciate the work that we are doing to try and create some similarity for all of their interests across the state. So I would ask for a no vote.
Yes, Representative Malika.
And you're welcome to come up, Representative Van Winkle. If everyone looks at the special orders calendar, there is a House Bill 1265 that's going to offer over $40 million in assistance to our restaurants here in this great state of Colorado to help them, make sure that they get back up on their feet and make sure they're not paying taxes for the months of June, July, and August. We do care about our restaurants here. We're doing everything we can to help them. I know that Representative Valdez and Representative Cutter also care deeply about their restaurants, and hopefully we can get to that bill here in the near future and do everything we can to continue helping our restaurants. And I would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment. Yes, Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And although it is highly against the rules to discuss another bill, that it is a great bill that will be coming shortly, and it does offer tax relief to the people of Colorado, what they're asking for. In the meantime, I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment, because what the restaurants have done, what they've all been working towards this past year, is changing their business model that they've relied on for decades and decades, and change their business model to a to-go model, where they are able to do to-go food delivery, food takeout, and in order to do that, they need the very products that this bill is banning. So I would ask for a yes vote. Let them recover. Let's get our economy back on its feet and let these restaurateurs do their jobs.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L030. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L030. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We are back to the Finance Committee report. Yes, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L031 and ask it be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and it has been displayed to amendment. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, what this amendment would do is it would do very much what L030 wanted to do, except for it would change the time frame that was listed in the previous amendment. And this one, it would be effective January 1st, 2026. If 2027 was, too long of a time, then we felt that perhaps we could, meet you guys halfway and try to come up with some sort of compromise on the timing. And that's why we decided that 2026 would be a little bit more of a better way to move forward on this. But for the reasons that Representative Van Winkle, Representative Sandridge have stated, are the reasons that I'm moving this amendment right now, especially in this time where there's great difficulty and challenges with respect to restaurateurs and those businesses. I think this is the worst time that we could be trying to put some sort of onerous regulation or burdensome rules on these industries that are really struggling. Representative Van Winkle was absolutely correct that these industries are, in a sense, transitioning and adapting to the environment that we have now and moving to a to-go model. And to try and constrain them from using single-use plastics or some of the things that they've grown accustomed to in order to facilitate a to-go model is, I think, inappropriate and will ultimately hurt them especially as we try to find our way out of this pandemic and onto the road to recovery. So I'd ask for a yes vote on this, and let's go ahead and give them more time to adapt if this is the policy that we want to truly pass. So please vote yes.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Cutter. Oh, yes, Representative Ransom to Amendment L031.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking in support of this amendment as well. My district is the North Douglas County, and it includes a couple of municipalities, both Parker and Lone Tree, and then some unincorporated area in between. And there are plenty of restaurants there, many of which have been struggling hugely over the last year. And to put these types of restraints on them now is not something that would be helpful to their recovery. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment to add more time to the requirements. As we've been hearing before and as we heard on the previous bill, we all want to be good stewards of this earth. We all want to take care of this beautiful planet that we live on, but we also have to be realistic. And with the way that we have hurt restaurants over the past year, it's time to leave the leash off and let them function and give them the time that they need to completely recover from the last year and all of the government mandated shutdowns. And I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L031? Yes, Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Representative Exum. We have worked really, really hard with the Restaurants and Retail Association because we are also concerned, and that we've come to a great place, taken tons of feedback, and they are currently neutral, and I urge an aye vote on this amendment. A no vote. I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L031? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L031 to House Bill 1162. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We're back to the finance report. Yes, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L032.
Okay, that amendment has been moved and now properly displayed to Amendment L032. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would give restaurants 4 more years. And I don't know about you, but when I think of times that were in blocks of 4, right? High school, college, those years went by very, very quickly. And so these 4 years will go by very, very quickly, but they will at the same time allow for these restaurateurs to prepare for this and be able to recover from the last year. Moreover, in those 4 years, who knows what technology will have done and what types of products might be available and how all of these things might be done. As Representative Van Winkle pointed out, we have moved into a to-go industry, and so with that, there's probably going to be a great deal of innovation in all areas, and so by giving them these 4 years, then we will see some of those new product lines built up, hopefully, and be able to have other options potentially that are environmentally friendly and cost effective. So I would ask that we would pass this amendment to give them 4 more years, because like I said, 4 years goes rather quickly, but for them it might make all the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L032. Representative Valdez-A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. We did a lot of research, one of which we brought some show and tell to committee to show them some of the options that already exist that are comparable to what is currently being used. The foil containers, which many of us have eaten out of many times here at the Capitol, are sufficient. They fall into the same pricing category, and so we would ask for a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Van Winkle.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I asked for a yes vote on this because it actually aligns the restaurants perfectly with the rules that would be governing the high schools. As we saw in committee, that the bill sponsors were gracious enough to allow the high schools across Colorado until the year 2025 in order to comply with this bill. And this simply allows restaurants to do the very same thing. If it can't be done in really a government-run school, it'll be very difficult for the restaurants and the regular people of Colorado who aren't in such a contained environment. So I urge a yes vote on this.
Thank you. Further discussion on this amendment? Yes. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I will tell you that I've received numerous emails from small businesses in my district and throughout El Paso County in this past year. And especially the restaurants and the story they tell about the massive loss of revenue, the loans they have taken out, the borrowing they have done personally, if they took out an SBA loan as opposed to a grant that has to be, may or may not be forgiven. And so their forecasts on how long it will take them to recover, assuming they survive, is not 1 year, and for most is not 2 years. If we are going to levy additional requirements on these restaurants, which has suffered such a devastating loss, then it is not too much to ask in a state that touts itself as being pro-business to delay the implementation of this until 2025. That would actually show a pro-business support, especially for our struggling restaurants. And so I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L032. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Amendment L032 is finding a good space as well for the restaurants to really work hard to try to meet the requirements of this bill. To give them 4 years is not unreasonable at all. I understand that we heard the sponsors say that the Restaurant Association is neutral on the bill, but neutral does not mean support. And I guess I want to make sure that you all know that many restaurants and many restaurant owners are very fearful for their livelihoods at this point. I know I spoke with one person who was telling me that they had put their retirement and mortgaged their home to have a restaurant, to open a restaurant many years ago, and it's literally going under at this point. It's not going to survive, and she's going to lose her home and all of her retirement because of the government mandated shutdowns that happened a year ago. And that is just indicative of things that I have heard throughout the state over the last year plus. And for us to come in and say that you have to meet these new requirements, these brand new requirements, because we think it's a good idea, is really not a good idea. I have to say that it's something that we should let the restaurants figure out over time. And with that I do strongly urge, and I vote on this amendment to at least give them 4 years to try to meet these mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L032. Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Chair. I think the other thing that we leave out of this equation, and I am rising in support of this amendment, is that in that urban-rural divide, the majority of restaurants and companies and entities that are impacted, because it's not just restaurants, that are impacted by a plastics ban, do not have or may not have the capacity to make this switch in the same timely manner as a larger corporate entity. Smaller businesses operate on a longer timeline when it comes to their finances and planning for the future, when it comes to legislative changes that burden them with a requirement that they are not prepared for. So I'd urge the other side of the aisle, while the intent is understandable, to take into consideration an extended timeline which gives these businesses the opportunity to prepare, to get the grants, to seek the assistance, and make it possible for them to eventually get to a place where we all hope that our environment is in a better place because we're not polluting with plastics.
Thank you. Further discussion on this amendment? Yes, Representative Holtorf, Amendment L032.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I was asked by certain colleagues as I went out to get my dinner to hold off on the country stories. So at this time I will. In the spirit of time, just at this moment. But what I do want to speak of is what I call timing. And they say timing is everything. If you played a sport, timing is important. If you served in the military, timing is important. When you promulgate legislation, timing is important. Now I sit here and contemplate, and I was talking to my good friend and colleague right here. You all know him, great American. And we were talking about this particular bill and the amendment. And the amendment, this particular amendment. Now, in a post-COVID-19 recovery that is in its infancy, that we are starting to come out of, where we as a nation and we as a state has gone through some very austere times, and particularly the restaurant business has struggled. Many businesses have failed. And if you think about the larger scope of the impact on humanity, and you think about how these businesses need to recover, why in the world would we bring any legislation to this chamber that would cause any disruption to those businesses? Why would we consider that to be a priority? Why would it be important? Well, I'll tell you, management of plastic products, in my humble opinion, is the last thing we ought to be talking about or thinking about. And if we as legislators think this is the priority of the day, and this bill is going to solve the problems and ills of Colorado in this particular management of plastic products, then I will tell you, those restaurateurs, those small business and men and women have to be shaking their heads right now. Now, what about, ladies and gentlemen, the carry-out business in future time? What about the carry-out business? How do you carry out if you don't have the packaging to carry out? Year or two from now, we passed legislation in here saying we need to make sure that those small businesses can sell drinks and sell different types of drinks, in some cases even alcoholic drinks, because we wanted to help those small businesses. But now we're going to put restrictions on those carryouts and the packaging of those carryouts. In 2021, we're not even out of the COVID pandemic yet. It's unfortunate that we are even talking about this today as any kind of priority in a post-COVID recovery. Now, this particular amendment is just trying to help. It's just trying to say, let's take a little more time before we impose our will on thee. Well, apparently there isn't time, because the bill sponsors and my colleagues think today this is the day, and this month is the month, and this year is the year to get this going. irregardless of your necessity and need or where you're at in a post-COVID environment. And they have listened and taken some amendments. But I go back to timing and priorities. I really think, ladies and gentlemen, we need to think about what we're doing and how we're doing it. And does all this stuff really need to happen right now? Does all this stuff really need to get pushed down Colorado's throat this year as we move forward? I don't know. I don't think so. Because what's important for me in my communities, in all my little small towns out in eastern Colorado that all have a restaurant or two or three, who are trying to get started and jump started again, they look at what we're doing in this chamber and they shake their heads. And they say, what? Why for? Why is this important? There are so many more important and impactful things we could be doing in this chamber to help those small businesses other than mandate management of plastic products. So this particular amendment, as was stated earlier, gives these restaurants and these businesses a little more time to deal with this mess that we're creating for them. And I feel real sorry for those companies that were trying to be smart. And some of you are small business owners. I know one of the bill sponsors, maybe both of the bill sponsors are small business owners. And you said, I know that based on the policies that are coming forth, the price of oil is going to go up. I know henceforth, if anybody took a business class 1 when they were in high school or college, or junior college, or community college, or maybe the School of Hard Knocks, you knew that the price of those products that you buy for your retail industry is going to go up. So you make a large volume purchase. You buy thousands or tens of thousands of these particular, this is a real point, ladies and gentlemen, because there's industries and people that do this. Because they know if they don't survive. And they've made a significant purchase on these particular packaging products. What do? When these impositions from on high start to come down and then they can't exhaust their supplies. Now they're stuck with that investment. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. Because then you have to eat the overhead. As they say, you got to eat that cost and hope that you can create enough business to overwrite that loss in that particular year. Or do what we do in agriculture and carry a net operating loss carry forward and try to spread that out over 2 or 3 or 4 years. Now, some people might think, well, that's not a small matter. But I will tell you, if you run an Oriental restaurant and you have a lot of carry out and you've got a lot of investment in these type of products and you've inventoried out of necessity, well, that's what this amendment's trying to do. It's trying to help. So are you listening? Are you listening, bill sponsors? Do you want to help? Do you want to help small business? That's the question. You have an opportunity to extend a hand today and help small business. Now, I know that it may not be in the script. I know that we may not have had that discussion, and I know that there are people that say, oh, no, we can't wait. We got to do this today. Now, it's time. The iron's hot. Strike it. Strike that iron while it's hot because we've got it heated up and it's time. Well, I will tell you there are consequences to that, and the last people that I would want to hurt are people in the small restaurateur business in any way. So, ladies and gentlemen, please consider this amendment strongly. Vote yes on this amendment. If you can't vote yes on this amendment, there will be some other amendments that you can think about. But please don't just wash this away as a conversation that's not important and doesn't matter, because it really does matter. There's people out there that as we sit here and do what we do, that we do harm indirectly and or directly. And I do not in any way as a legislator ever want to harm Colorado citizens, Colorado businesses, particularly small business, the backbone of business, because their margins are not large. Their capital base is usually very small and underwritten by the individual owner's savings accounts, which can diminish very quickly. These small businesses, they're special. They're sacred. They're like your puppy dog at home. They should be cared for, they should be groomed, they should be fed, and they should be given what they need to thrive. If I can use the analogy of a little dog that you care for, maybe you'll understand that everything we do, or anything that we do, to impinge, impede, or harm the business models that these small businesses have to try to meet the American dream. Every one of these small business owners is just wanting a piece of the American dream. Just a little piece. And the truth is, as you travel in this city, and I do somewhat, and I like to eat out a little bit in some of the biggest dives you'll ever find, there are a lot of immigrants there. They've come to this country because they want the American dream. They work hard. They have very little means. They try to make good decisions. And then we have management of plastic products and an amendment that's trying to give them relief right here. But I dare say we're not thinking about it. So, we really need to think about the amendment, what it means, and what it does for the little people. Let's be champions of those little people and the small businesses. Let's step up. Yeah, there's one right there. Future here. Right here. You've got a chance. You've got a chance to consider it, because we just can't discount it all the time and wave it off. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you, esteemed colleagues, for your attention. But I really think we need to think about what these amendments are doing, what they intend to do to help the little people and the people that are running those small businesses that don't need more oversight to help them along.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L32 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is failed. The amendment fails. Terribly sorry. We're back to the committee report. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one more amendment. And what my amendment goes towards is in the same vein. Actually, there you are, Mr. Jones. Thank you, sir. I move L033, ask for it to be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what this amendment deals with is a timeline. This bill has a distinct timeline that's in it. So September 1st of this year, and this is, I believe, the amended version that we're dealing with now. So September 1st, this amendment will give you everything that the bill wants. It just changes the timeline up. September 1st, the people of Colorado will be paying more for a carryout bag. There'll be a fee on that. January 1st, 2022 is the polystyrene prohibition on food retail establishments, on restaurants and to go and everything else. Then September 1st, 2022, that's a single-use plastic carryout ban. 2024 is when it's prohibited from high schools from K through 8 schools, and then 2025 January 1st is high schools. Now, what this does is it actually pushes out only 24 months for the restaurants. Right now in the bill, it's January 1st, 2022. That's, of course, January here, actually in 8 months, 7 months. And so what this amendment would do is give those restaurants 2 years lag. It would put them in line with the K through 8 schools. And I'm sure the people at home are asking, well, why are schools exempt from this? Is it because they have polystyrene is okay in schools and it's not okay over there or in my home? No, that's not the case, I believe. And I'm sure the bill sponsors can speak to this, but I'm guessing it's a fun financial thing, because according to the fiscal note by the nonpartisan staff here, is it will cost an additional $5.80 per pupil in the state. There's 890,000 pupils in the state. So that means that's $5 million, more than $5 million that are not in schools, in classrooms, in teacher salaries, that will be going to pay for this bill. And so I think that's why they're pushed out. I think it's going to be an even greater cost. If you think about the amount of food service that schools have, think about that times 10 or 20 or 50 for the amount of restaurants and food distribution that restaurants have. So what this does is it puts restaurants of Colorado for that giant, essentially, I guess you could even call it a tax hike almost, or a cost of living hike, I guess, because it's not a tax hike. A cost of living hike. It puts them in line with those K through 8 schools. High schools still would have another full year after this to implement it. But I ask for a yes vote on this. I think it makes sense, and give our restaurants some time to prepare to adapt to the higher costs.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I stand in support of this amendment. As you can see with all these amendments, each one we constrict the time to make it less time. What we're trying to do is find some common ground that we can all agree on, especially with this one. We're constricting the time to find an agreeable level where we can give some time to these hurting businesses. We're not debating right now the essence of the bill. We're just asking for more time. One thing I do want to stress is, I've done some research about the restaurant industry due to a previous bill. And I stood up here and talked about facts about who needs help and who doesn't need help. And I stood up here and said, you want to know the facts, but sometimes you don't like it. The facts. The facts are, if you look at who's hurt the most in the restaurant industry, it's small businesses, minority-owned businesses. That's just a fact. There's a lot of different groups that are going to weather the storm a little bit better than others. And there's some that aren't going to weather the storm. And what we're asking for is some of the most vulnerable in this group, which the whole group's vulnerable. But there's a certain group that's going to get hurt the most, that's going to struggle more to adapt to a new regulation. All we're doing is asking for some more time. Because it's not going to be the huge franchises are the only ones that are getting hurt. The big franchises that are on the S&P 500, they'll get through this. Okay. You know and I know who's going to get hurt the most. So let's keep in line. Let's give these small businesses an extra time to adapt. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pretty good up there. Sun behind your back. As we talk about these amendments in the bill, truly what this amendment is trying to do, I believe, and the bill sponsors can correct me if I'm wrong, is to put everything in line with the prohibitions that we have for the high schools, up to the high schools. Would that be correct? It would push things back to that timeline. Is that correct? Well, as we have this implementation timeline, I think what this says here is the effective date for the retail food establishments would be January of 2024. And I think we have in the HB 1162, the implementation timeline in the bill says that this is expanded to polystyrene products prohibited in the high schools. So, is that okay? So, I'm just asking the bill sponsors a question, and I appreciate the response here. So, why couldn't we consider this amendment and just push that back? 2024, we're in 2021. Not that far away. And it really helps. It helps with the implementation. And on its base, I don't think it should be a priority, but if we're going to call it and demand a priority of this and have an implementation timeline, why should the high schools have, or why should they be in a position to have this exemption over the 2.5, 3 years, but then the retail sector does not? Stores, restaurants such as stores, don't get the same consideration. It's interesting how this bill has given exceptional discretion and consideration for a school, a public school, a grade school or high school, but yet that's not offered and afforded to the retail sector. But this particular amendment here, it solves that problem. It doesn't discriminate, because nobody likes discrimination, particularly discrimination against retail, discrimination against small businesses, discrimination against the business sector as we promulgate public policy, targeting and discriminating against small businesses, and probably the hardest hit in the COVID pandemic. Now, we want to talk about how much we care. How much we care about those poor businesses, the bars and the restaurants and all the people that suffered, and the unemployment. But do we really care? Well, I will tell you, I think we don't care.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes.
You know the rules. You know what you're supposed to be talking about.
Well, this particular amendment here shows that you will give the same consideration to the business sector as you do the schools. That's what this says, I believe. And it's a good amendment. It sends a good message to Colorado. It sends a very good message to the small business communities all across Colorado, including in my House district of 9 counties, that says we'll put this all on the same timeline. It'll be an even playing field and there will be no discrimination because we're going to push all this mess back. We'll just put it all in that timeline that says January 1st, 2024. So with that, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, I really do believe that this amendment is an equalizer, and it removes the discriminatory nature of this legislation against the people that we purport to want to help the most.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to be really clear. We worked with all stakeholders, individual stakeholder groups, and have regarding their specific needs and crafted the bill accordingly. There's plenty of time to whittle down the stock in someone's restaurant stock. We've accounted for that and included a buffer, and there's no fee on takeout containers. And we ask for a no on this amendment.
Representative Van Beber. The two vans.
To the amendment. To the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to remind members, and if you don't know, in my district, my particular district, while you did reach out to all stakeholders, there were stakeholders in my district that specifically testified that they would be negatively impacted even though they were part of that process. And so I just want to make sure that that is on the record tonight.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I'd ask, if you're asking for a no vote on this, then perhaps what date might be more acceptable to you? Because I know you've mentioned several times you worked with various stakeholders and people like that. I don't recall, maybe I missed it in our caucus meetings, but which House Republican, because we represent a very large portion of the state of Colorado and millions of people in the state of Colorado. And we were sent here, we were elected to represent them. I don't recall any of us being engaged in the stakeholder process. Perhaps you can correct me.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, I'm pretty sure that the members of my district in House District 64, and if I'm incorrect in my statement, please, bill sponsors, let me know. We're not at the table in this comprehensive stakeholder process. And here's the other thing I will tell you, my esteemed colleagues. And this is a problem we're having in this state right now as we promulgate all of this policy. Many citizens, many stakeholder organizations, many entities, many business people across the state, particularly in eastern Colorado, look at this and say, well, this is going to get shoved down our throat by those in the big city. They're just going to shove it down our throat. They're not going to listen to us. Well, I will tell you, as we continue to reject amendment after amendment after amendment from our caucus, every time, ladies and gentlemen, you do that, you just confirm that notion. And you continue to build the divide that I speak of, that rural-urban divide. It's real. Do you want to close it? Well, your actions speak louder than words, and the way you vote speaks louder than anything in this chamber. Now, I will tell you that voting for this amendment and other amendments like it is an extension of sincere good faith, in my humble opinion. It says we're listening and we understand you're asking for more time. And we're okay with that. We'll give you a little more time. Because you're asking. And because we're willing to listen and not discount those considerations. Our pleas are sincere. Our requests are real. They're not superfluous. They're actually our attempt to reach out and truly say, hey, there's some issues here. Help us rectify those. Work with us. Don't just run over us. Don't just discount those requests every day. So I encourage in this case an aye vote on this and or subsequent amendments that may be forthcoming. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L33 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it and the amendment fails. We're back to the Finance Committee report. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another amendment here. I'm going to move Amendment L034 and ask that it be displayed. Yes, sir. It's coming. There you go.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my attempt to be very comprehensive, because I truly want to understand and be able to explain this amendment, L034. If you look at line 3, page 6 of the printed bill, we're going to strike line 16 through line 19. 16 through 19 are definitions rules as used in this Part 5 unless this context otherwise requires. Carryout bag, and this is a definition. Quotations, carryout bag means a bag that is furnished to a customer at a store or retail food establishment at the point of sale for use by the customer to transport or carry purchased items. We'd like to strike that definition. Now, in this particular amendment, remuneration will be required. We'll proceed, page 1 of the report. And page 2 of the report, there's also strike line 13 and 14, strike line 1 through 9, and substitute. So, once again, if 2024 wasn't sufficient, then we come back and ask again. Page 11 of the bill, I'm going to turn to it because I want to make sure that I am spot on, Mr. Chair, as I explain this amendment, because it's important to be accurate. Page 11 of the bill strikes lines 7 through 21. 7 through 21, I will read just to clarify. Except as provided in subsections 1, B, and 2 of this section, effective January 1st, 2022. Well, my goodness, that's just coming January. Wow, that's 8 months from now. Well, we are in a hurry. We better do this in 8 months. Boy, get on it. 8 months. This is important. 8 months right now. Let's go. A retail food establishment shall not distribute an expanded polystyrene product for use as a container for ready-to-eat food in this state. Boy, and I tell you, I drive through Colfax, I see all these homeless people that get this food, and guess what they're carrying their food in? So they can take it to their encampments and eat. I wonder how they're going to eat their food now. That'll be their problem, I guess. All right, as I continue, I digress, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I don't mean to wander. A retail food establishment located within a kindergarten through 12th grade, middle, junior high, or high school, or rural school need not comply with this subsection of this section until January 1st, 2023. Well, it's awful nice that the schools get a break. Retail doesn't get a break, but I guess schools get a break in the original bill language. And then I continue, January 1st, 2024, the school is a high school. This particular amendment here, I believe, will establish and give those retail establishments a reprieve, so now they have 20 months instead of 8 months to comply. I will tell you, I think that's a lot more reasonable than the demands of this legislation. I don't understand. But I do request from this chamber and from the bill sponsors a consideration to allow people to have some time to react. And I haven't looked here. I imagine we got a safety clause on this rascal too.
That is not to the amendment.
Why, Mr. Chair, you're exactly correct, even though I'm looking at it right here. At this time, I will yield the dais to someone else who wants to ask for help for small business and give them a little more time.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L34 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Sandridge, back to the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see, the train continues from these amendments that we're asking for less and less time. I think right now, in the bill, it's 8 months that we're giving them, if I recall properly. I really don't know what we're debating in a certain way. It was already agreed upon in the Finance Committee that this constraint, it was agreed upon with schools, that the schools need extra time to adapt, time to get their infrastructure ready for something like this. So that's what I understand what we're really debating here. It's already agreed upon that this does take time to adapt. And I don't see how it's any different for restaurants. So really, what are we debating? We know it takes time. We're not debating the essence of the bill. How can you say it can be hurtful for a government entity, we'll give them a break, but not the small business owner? This is something we agreed on. So we're going to constrict this time a little bit more. Maybe we can make it to 20 months. So with that said, I move L035 and ask that it be displayed.
One moment, Representative Sandridge.
January, July.
To the amendment, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So really, this is basically 6 months difference in the last amendment. We are trying to find some common ground, some bipartisanship. 6 months. We're trying to express ourselves to our small business owners, our small restaurants, that we're listening. 20 months, if I get the math right. Can we give them 20 months to get back up on both legs, to get back to profitability? You know, let's make sure we all know it's not an easy business to be a restaurant. They're not instant millionaires. Many people work 15-hour days, 12-hour days, and they're working in the middle of COVID to make a buck. And we can't give them a few more months to where they're viable before we hit them with this. Will the world come to an end if we give them a few more months? And there's many business owners that in this room. We all know that when you're down when you're hurting, when you're losing money, when you can't pay your employees, the last thing you need is another government regulation putting strain on you. And we can say that the restaurant industry is neutral on this, but we can also look at common sense. When you're on the edge of bankruptcy, the last thing you need is more weight on your shoulders. Give them some more time. There is no rush. Let's listen to our constituents. Let's look at our emails, all the emails that we get from the restaurant industry saying they're devastated, they're bankrupt, they're losing money, they're losing jobs. Their family or their retirement is gone. How many emails do you get saying, add another regulation onto this? That'll help me. How many emails have we received on that? Let's give them a break. There is no rush. 20 months. I'm not a big fan of this. I think it should be longer. But 20 months on the name of bipartisanship, the name of listening to our constituents. They're listening right now. One of the worst years in these businesses' history, and we can't wait 20 months. It will not change the essence of the bill. It will just give them more time. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment. 20 months is not asking too much. It's probably not asking enough in my estimation. But not only are they hurting financially from I'm talking the restaurants now, not only are they hurting from the COVID closures and the restrictions on number of people, now we are going to put them in the role as it stands right now. Next year, January 1st, we're going to put them in the role of being tax collectors for the municipal and county governments. And I think that's a burden that we shouldn't put on them. This amendment at least offers a little respite from that. What I'm referring to, and this does go back to the amendment, but it's under the bill summary, a store is required to remit on a quarterly basis beginning January 1, 2022, 60% of the carryout bag fee revenues to the municipality or county within which the store is located and may retain the remaining 40%. Well, restaurants are already tax collectors for the government anyhow. Do they really need another burden? Do we need to give them another task right now when they're just trying to get back on their feet? I say no. This amendment helps kind of spread the burden. I ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In a time when we've said over and over and over again from the beginning of this session that we are dedicated as a bipartisan legislature to assist businesses, specifically the restaurant industry, the food industries, in recovering from the last year of the pandemic, it would seem to me that legislation such as this does nothing to support those businesses in getting back on their feet. In a time of ever-shifting sands of rules, regulations, and conditions that are always changing that they must meet, sometimes from day to day throughout the course of this last year, this is not only another level of burden in and of itself when it comes to what this bill is asking, but as the other representatives on this side of the aisle have clearly pointed out, the burdens of taxation, collecting taxes, the mechanisms that must be put in place by local entities that the legislature is now demanding that they fulfill. For these reasons and so many more, I ask for a yes vote on this very simple ask, on this very simple amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, my plea is to the little businesses that are out here all over Colorado, in my district in southeastern Colorado, down in Trinidad, across over to Eads, also back to Lyman, Hugo, Akron, Otis, Kiowa. The little people, those little businesses out there in rural Colorado. You know, this 8-month mandate has no place being imposed on rural Colorado at this time, in my humble opinion. Now, this is another amendment that's trying to help you people in Colorado that are out there trying to run your small businesses. Make sure you're paying attention, because I'm fighting for you. I will sit here all night and try to help you. I will try to help those people all across Colorado and also in the urban corridor, so you don't have to deal with this imposition in 8 short months. More government regulation, more rules, more accounting for those little mom and pop businesses out there that are sprinkled all over our state. Just remember who's thinking about you and who's fighting for you, because I'll tell you what, we just discount that and we'll give the schools all the consideration in the world. What about our little businesses? I guess they don't rate. Restaurants, you don't rate. According to the language in this bill, you can see the bill title and the bill sponsors on the marquee. But I'll tell you what, this isn't right. It's not right.
We are to the amendment, Representative Holtorf.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair. I'll speak to the amendment. It's not right to have the consideration and give these businesses a small consideration. And moving this mandate, this government mandate, this control, and truly an attack on the plastic industry and those plastics companies wherever you're at. You don't rate either. Give the reprieve. It's in the amendment. Right there at the bottom. Effective January 1st, 2023. 20 short months. It'll be 2023 in a couple shakes here. It'll be here before we know it. Retail food establishment shall not distribute an expanded polystyrene product for use as a container for ready-to-eat food in this state. Effective 2023. Makes a lot more sense than trying to jam this thing right through, up, down, over, and into the Colorado state restaurant industry, bar industry, takeout order industry, hundreds of thousands of small businesses all along our cities and our towns. Just go down Colfax and count the number of little businesses that are there and what they're going to have to do as we push this mandate on top of all of them from on high. I strongly encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, it's my amendment. I stand in support of it. But I think we need to go back to just a little bit of Business 101. We had some concerns here that actually this isn't long enough. If you look at a basic business, they need to know what's around the corner within a 5-year increment. That's basic. We're asking for 20 months. Businesses need to know what's around the corner. Tax-wise, fees-wise, regulation-wise. That's how they hire. That's how they know how to hire. That's how they know how to budget. To know around the corner, to know what's around the corner. So we need to respect these businesses. Give them time to plan. 20 months. And because being against this is telling. 20 months. We can't give a small business time to adjust. Many of them are sitting at home watching. Just experienced the worst year in their business. And now they have to deal with this. And I wonder if they're looking at us saying, what's the rush? Help me get back on track. What's the rush for this? Help me. Don't put extra stress on me. This is the final amendment in this realm. It's 20 months. Our constituents are watching. The restaurant industry is watching. The employee that had to work during COVID is watching. The small business owner that lost their retirement is watching. And they want to know if we're looking out for them and if we're listening to them. We represent our constituents. Let's listen and represent them. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting. Between the time that I spoke on the amendment to move the effective date to 2025, some of the businesses in my district who actually tuned in said, well, we're following. And so I thought this was the perfect amendment to get up and speak to. And they said, Rep. Carver, send us a copy of the amendments. We appreciate the fact that there is recognition that we are on our knees struggling to survive, and it is going to take us at least a couple of years to recover because of the huge revenue deficit that we have incurred and the additional debt that we have incurred with business loans and personal loans trying to stay afloat. So here we are with an amendment. I think this is the best amendment to send out to all my small business people who have written to me about how they're struggling in the restaurant industry. This is the perfect amendment to email to them tonight and tomorrow morning. We cannot give our restaurants a year and a half to recover before we levy more requirements on them. Members, I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L35 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes when we attempt to solve a problem, it's very possible that we ignore some of the factors that lead to the concern that we are trying to solve in the first place. And when it comes to this bill, the fundamental need is to stop the pollution or the litter of plastics. We heard in testimony, we don't want to see these things in our rivers affecting the animal life, the ecosystem of the great state of Colorado. Colorado is often thought of as a very environmentally friendly state. However, when it comes to the very fundamental point of not polluting, we have had options. One of those options is recycling. And yet, we have a lot of work to do when it comes to this particular topic. A recent report from EcoCycle says that our state's recycling rate has dropped from 17.2% to 15.9%, while the national average is around 35%. Based on Colorado's low recycling rate, it seems really highly likely that the vast majority of the takeout containers we use are actually sitting in landfills right now. They're not being recycled, even though that problem has a solution that people don't choose to use, regardless of what those containers are made of. With recycling numbers so low, I really don't understand why this bill focuses on a mandate that could potentially hurt small businesses instead of investing in what would help solve the problem. And that's our recycling infrastructure and end market development. But if the bill's proponents want to insist on a ban, we should at least try to ensure that the food service takeout container that replaces styrofoam will also not sit in a landfill as trash. See, that's another convenient factor that's being ignored. I'd like to move Amendment L021. Have a display. Oh, okay. I have one.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L021 simply states that the product ban can't take effect until our state's recycling rate is at least 25%. Now that's still 10 points below the national average, but it would be significantly better than it is right now. I believe that we should focus first on getting all of our products out of the landfills before we really start patting ourselves on the back for banning just one minute part of the waste stream. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L21 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it and the amendment fails. Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. We are to the Energy and Environment Committee report. Representative Valdez.
Mr. Chair.
Oops.
I'm sorry, Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Energy and Environment Committee, we just made an exemption for medical products because we understand that there are some beneficial plastics that we need, and so we just amended it to reflect that.
Is there further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. We are to the bill. Representative Valdez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to bring forth House Bill 1162. As you've heard already, we've done an astounding amount of stakeholding on this bill over the past several years as it's been coming forward. But I really want to talk about why we brought this bill and why these products in particular, so that we can establish kind of a framework around where where this discussion is going. First, the why and why we think that this is so important. There are experts that say at this point we are eating up to a credit card worth of plastic a week. Are we hearing that, folks? A credit card worth of plastic a week.
Yum.
These things, yeah, not yummy. These things contain forever chemicals that are being shown to cause harm to the reproductive, what's the word? Reproductive parts system. Thank you, Minority Leader, Madam Majority Leader. But, the long-term health effects, cancers, long-term disease that could be caused by this. To me, this bill is about health. And why these two products? Why plastic bags? Why styrofoam containers? Well, styrofoam containers because we eat out of them and we're directly delivering that product to our mouth from the container. But second, a lot of people reheat their food in a styrofoam container, not knowing that they're subjecting themselves to some of the most dangerous chemicals one can be subjected to that will cause long-term damage to them, potentially cancer and other things. So that's why. The health reasons is why. Second, when we talk about plastic bags, the bags that you receive at the grocery store, we're not doing this to create an inconvenience for anybody. We're doing it because this plastic bag that we just take for granted and walk out with every day has nowhere to go. They are not recyclable under today's standards. They clog up recycling machines, causing our recycling infrastructure to go offline and being unable to do it. So when you look at these two types of products, what you're looking at is two unrecyclable things. So you're going to maybe hear people talk about how we can recycle our way out of this. We can't recycle our way out of eating a credit card worth of plastic a week. It is in our water. It is literally in the rain that falls. It is in our rivers. It is in our lakes that we all care so much about. It is only getting worse. And I get it. It seems like there's never a great time to make a change. Boy, that's been the story of our country in some ways. There's just never the right time to make the hard decision to improve human health. But that's what this bill is about. At the end of the day, if you care about your health, you got to be a yes on this bill. Because all we're doing is saying take it home in an aluminum takeaway container as opposed to a plastic container. I'm going to go back to talking about the fact that I represent downtown Denver, the Highlands, Rhino, Lodo, all the Does. You guys have heard a lot of different neighborhoods that are in my district. They're all full of restaurants. You know what they told me? I can see you all waiting with anticipation to find out what they told me. Thank you very much. They told me that the customers are the ones demanding this because they are tired of being a part of the problem. So they want to adjust. Now, as a kid, I grew up, I am a businessman. I was very interested in business. Specifically, I wanted to, be an airline pilot. So I learned about the airline business. You know what one book I read? I read a book by this guy, Herb Keller, who started Southwest Airlines. And you know what he taught me about business? Standardization drops costs. That's why every time you go to the airport to fly Southwest, you board the exact type of airplane with the exact type of service. It's because that lowers cost. So we said, how do we tackle a plastic pollution problem? It is about creating standardization statewide. So whether you live in downtown Denver or whether you live way out in Cheyenne County, that you have the same distribution opportunity to procure for your customers something that will not kill them. Something that will allow them to carry out their food without carrying out forever chemicals that will be placed in their body to the detriment of them and their children. This is an imperative bill. Now is the time. Now is the time for us to take a stand for human health. I ask you for an aye vote.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've heard a little bit about recycling. Let me tell you, I would invite any of you to tour a recycling facility or to go do some of the in-depth work that we did one summer a few years ago on getting to zero waste. We cannot recycle our way out of this problem. I want you all to be very clear that that is not going to happen. The first thing we need to do is reduce. If we don't turn off the spigot, there's no way we're going to get ahead of this problem. There's plastic. You heard Rep. Valdez. There's plastic in our oceans, in our rivers. It's harming human health. In fact, most of the plastic ever produced, is still in the environment in some form. Humans have created over 8.3 billion metric tons of plastic. And now 79% of that is in our oceans, littering our landscapes, floating in the rivers, and buried in landfills. It's made of fossil fuels and contributes to climate emissions throughout its life cycle. And it has increased, plastic production has increased dramatically over the past 70 years, from 2 million metric tons in 1950 to 380 million metric tons today, with much of that growth coming in the last 2 decades. So it's only accelerated, even though we are aware that that's a problem. What? What was that? So styrofoam is a particularly egregious styrofoam is a particularly egregious form of plastic, and its threat to public health. It is particularly bad. It's just a bad form of single-use plastic. So we can do both. The kids in our districts in particular have been, and all of your districts, I hear from kids all over the state about how worried they are about this problem. We can do both things. We can be respectful and supportive of restaurants and retail and businesses, and also be mindful and good stewards of our environment, the beautiful environment that we've been gifted with. So I urge a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the course of that very interesting introduction of the bill itself, I heard some pretty interesting contradictions. Plastic for medical purposes is good. Plastic in other applications is bad. The idea that aluminum is a better food storage system than plastic doesn't pass the smell test, in the sense that, haven't we been reading about aluminum causing Alzheimer's? Surely we have some sympathy for people who might be susceptible to Alzheimer's. The deal with paper products, this might be good for the wood pulp industry. And that may not be a bad thing. We could actually start pulping some of our trees here and making some bags out of them that are biodegradable. But maybe that doesn't pass the smell test either, because it seems our efforts are more to watch it burn than to use it efficiently. But here's what, there was some things from bill sponsors that I thought was useful. I do think there is a consensus among people in the state, people in this body, that trash blowing around is bad, okay? Plastic bags blowing around and sticking to barbed wire fences is bad, okay? But the only thing worse than plastic is no plastic. And we're back to the sanitation issue. You go into a grocery store and you let somebody bring in one of those reusable bags that looks like it's been carrying human remains in it or something, and they put it up on the conveyor belt, and now we get to share their germs as the wheel comes around to us. That's a bad idea. At least plastic bags are sterile. I read earlier, as we were considering an amendment to give a reprieve to the restaurants on becoming tax collectors for the municipalities or counties, we should be thinking about that and making them tax collectors. Now, isn't that a special task, a good project to put them on after they've been closed down and restricted? Now they're a tax collector for the government. This doesn't work, folks. We need to be doing more to clean up our environment. I agree with that. I don't like driving down the interstates and watching stuff fly around, stick to the grill of my truck, and it looks pretty decrepit. And I'd say it's looked more decrepit in the last several years. And it's not just Colorado. You travel around the country and you'll start to see it. I think I think recycling does have some value here, but also getting a little bit of community involvement, picking up on the grades and the county roads and the highways. I mean, that's probably where we ought to start. I don't like seeing the plastic out there either, but why don't we work on picking it up rather than going to some typhus and hepatitis and some other disease-carrying alternative here. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, wasn't so many years ago, I recall, there was a big movement. Because back when we were younger, I remember you had a choice, paper or plastic. Paper or plastic. But then there was an outcry from on high, and more people in a certain community said, "Oh heaven, we can't have paper. It takes trees to make paper. So paper's got to go." And legislation was promulgated to say no more paper.
Representative Holtorf, that is not this bill. Please stick to the bill.
Concerning the management of plastic products, I was talking about paper or plastic. Yes, sir. But let me get to the point. So no more paper, now we're to plastic. And then about 20, 25, 30 years later, here we are as a society saying, oh my, no more plastic. Well, maybe we've just gone full circle. Now, my previous colleague made a very good point. We have so much timber in the Rocky Mountains that's beetle killed because of our lack of forest management. We have a unique opportunity to go back to paper and create an economic engine like no other right here in our great state to allow paper to be the solution. Now, I don't have that amendment here in front of me, but I think it does merit some consideration tonight. Truly the concern for the management of plastics, as the bill sponsor stated, they have these great health concerns. Well, I will tell you, of all the health concerns, there are health concerns that are much greater than this one, in my humble opinion. To use that as the basis for this bill, I believe is questionable. One of my esteemed colleagues in the back, who I greatly respect and has the luckiest tie in the chamber, told me one time, well, we just want to change behavior. Well, if we think there's too much plastic out there, maybe it's our behavior. We as a society, as Americans, are so consumptive. We demand so much. In fact, I believe we create more trash than any other any other country in the Western Hemisphere. And then we have a problem with where does all the trash go? Well, part of the outcry for this bill, 1162, concerning the management of plastic products, comes a lot from our behavior and our overconsumptive demands of everything and anything we think we need. Because back in the old days, where I grew up, out in the middle of nowhere, you maybe got to town in the summertime once a month. That was the one time you got your groceries, however many bags that was. But it wasn't going to the grocery store every day and filling more plastic bags, apparently, that are contaminating our environment and making us sick. I'm really concerned, overly concerned with this bill and the desire that the bill sponsors have to implement this now, at this time, with so many other grave matters that we face in this state. With that, I'll yield to the next speaker. I do have an amendment here, but I think I will do some refinement on it. But before I leave, I want to add some levity to the chamber. Because you see, when we do outlaw all this plastic, how many of y'all have dogs? I got 5 in my house, 5 dogs, but they get to run out in the country because we live a long ways from anybody and anything. But for you city dwellers, when you've got that dog and you got to take it out to do its business, in about 5, 6, 7, 8 years, when all the plastic bags have been eliminated by legislation promulgated in this gold dome, what are we going to do when we got to pick up the poo? What are we going to do when we got to pick up the poo?
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to give a quick response that we are not affecting doo-doo bags with the bill. I would also say for all those of you who are eager to cut down the trees of Colorado to make bags out of them, our bill does allow for a recycled paper bag to be purchased by a consumer who would like to help with that effort. So just wanted to put that out there and provide an answer for the question for all those with dogs on what they're going to do.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hasn't been touched on much tonight, but there was a survey done by Myers Research. They had a poll. The 59% of the people opposed this legislation. 77% said they want no additional regulation. 83% say an outright ban would have a major or somewhat large impact on local restaurants. Overwhelmingly, Colorado voters want to expand the recycling of single-use plastic items. 74% indicated that. 6 in 10 voters say it would make them less likely to support a legislator who votes for an outright ban. With that, Mr. Chair, I would move L038 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does, part of that poll showed that in rural Colorado, especially, they are against this legislation. So what this amendment would do would allow counties, cities and counties, or statutory home rule municipalities to opt out. That takes a one-size-fits-all solution, which does not work in this state. It brings it down to the local level and lets them decide. They're the ones that manage their landfills. They know what works in their landfill, what doesn't work in their landfill. It gives them the ultimate decision-making over this rule like this, and I think that's where it needs to be. It doesn't need to be from this gold dome pushing their authority down on everybody in the state. So with that, I would urge support for this amendment.
Representative Holtorf. I'm the one who gets to recognize. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respect your leadership, and therefore I come forth to support my colleague from House District 65 in northeastern Colorado. Now, we all know where Rep. Pelton and I are from, that one size doesn't fit all. One glove doesn't fit every hand. And I will tell you, I'm a big supporter of local control for those counties and those municipalities all across Colorado. Now, Representative Pelton, I will tell you this amendment is near genius as we sit here. Now, why do I say that to my esteemed colleague? And I'd ask my colleagues over here to pay close attention to my following words. Because this opt-out allows for the destiny and the decision-making to be made where the rubber meets the road, where people know best. Let's go to Hawley, Colorado. Take a trip with me to Hawley, Colorado. What do they need? They even have any water down there, or did it all dry up? That credit card may not be floating down the river, so there is no river. But talking about the management of plastic products, and not to get distracted, with this particular amendment, ladies and gentlemen, you give authority where authority should be. Municipalities, cities, towns, county government, because truly in Colorado they know best. In fact, they know better than you all. I guarantee you. And they don't want your top-down control. They don't want to be told that they have to from all high. Now, I'm just going to read this thing because I want to make sure I fully understand it, because I think it is near genius. A county, city, and county, or statutory or home rule municipality. Let's talk a little bit about home rule. Why do people want home rule? Because they're tired of being told what to do by all those on high. Just let me live. Let me live. I'll take care of my community. I'll take care of my home rule county. I don't need to be told how to do everything and anything. Now, that probably isn't a very technical definition, but that's what it means where I'm from and the people that I represent. May opt out of the prohibitions set forth in sections 25-17504 and 25-17505, and the requirements set forth in section 25-17505 by notifying the executive director of the Department of Public Health and Environment. Oh, there's another one all on high, right there, on high, from the top down. You know, where I'm from, I got 9 counties, and they all have their own county health departments, and they all have their own county commissioners. And I'll tell you, you go to Kiowa County, they know better than anybody in this building what their needs are. And they know better than the executive director of CDPHE what their management plan should be. In the form and manner determined by the executive, oh, there we go, executive director, another non-elected administrative position appointed by the governor. Oh boy, another one of those on high. Of its intent to opt out, a county, city, and county or municipality that opts out pursuant to this section is not subject to the enforcement under section 25-17508. Representative Pelton, I will tell you, the people in my district celebrate your leadership today in this amendment. Take a look at it, folks, because the words I speak of are not fabricated. They're real. The opinions that I express here are not mine. They are others from the rest of this state. Vote yes. On the Pelton amendment.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you.
And I stand in strong support of this amendment, L038. A lot of it's been said, but the counties I represent, I think it's great to have an opt-out position for this bill. Let the local control take over. If they think it's needed, fine. If they don't think it's needed, fine. Let's give them that option. I strongly support this amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L38. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was really hoping that amendment would pass. I really liked it. But with that said, I move Amendment L037 and ask that it be displayed, please.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Simply put, this amendment would exempt rural and frontier counties, again, for some of the same reasons I stated earlier. They have their own landfills. They know what's going in them. They know the capacity of their landfill, how much life is left in it. So I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, now this amendment is a good amendment, but it's not near genius. I will just say, this one is a compromise. So you've missed your opportunity to be in the Einstein Club, and now we're going to look at a compromise. But truly, all joking aside, and I try to add a little levity to the conversation, because these are serious matters for our state. Rural counties are different than urban counties. The amount of pollution and plastic y'all generate in this city, in these counties and the surrounding areas, is unbelievable. These population centers do have a problem. A large problem which my representative from Denver here truly in his heart of hearts is trying to address sincerely, I believe. But I will tell you, his problems, wait, I don't want to leave you out, ma'am, for the western part of the metro area and the suburbs. I don't want to leave out your problem with excessive waste production. So I will not, it's Jefferson County? Not sure, Arapahoe County. Anyway, I digress, and I don't want to talk specific counties or get into specific areas. But let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. You have a problem up here in the city that we don't have out in rural Colorado. We don't have it in the rural and frontier regions. We especially don't have it in the frontier regions. You know why, Representative Bill sponsors? Some of us don't even have grocery stores out there. We got to drive 80 miles to find one. You won't find a river out there either. They're all dried up. Creek's all dried up. And a landfill, that's 80 miles away too, or a little more. So, as we talk about solving problems for Colorado, let's be honest. This is not our problem in rural Colorado or in frontier Colorado. It's not our problem. If it's yours, then y'all can deal with it. But don't make this our problem by imposing your regulations and your statutes on us. This is an opportunity to have that consideration. This is truly that opportunity. So I encourage a yes vote on behalf of my good representative from northeastern Colorado and Cheyenne County. Because what you don't know about Representative Pelton is he can't even get a gallon of milk. And I don't know if that's carton or plastic. Well, yeah, you can milk the cow. You can milk the cow if you got a bucket. But you got to find the bucket. Might have a hole in it. And it better not be aluminum. That causes Alzheimer's. Anyway, the point is, this is a good amendment. It's actually a friendly amendment that says, you know what? Frontier and rural, it's all right. We'll take care of this here in the urban corridor and the problem where the problem lies, and we'll give you all a pass because we're just good like that. And I thank you for your time and attention. I thank you for the consideration on this amendment, and I thank Representative Valdez for being so thoughtful and considerate as I make my plea for my people.
Representative Valdez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Holtorf. You know, I want to say two things. One, I do know where Holly is, and I believe a very long-serving Democrat governor came from Holly, Colorado, if I'm not mistaken, Governor Roy Romer. But anyway, pollution knows no boundaries. We're all in this together. You've probably heard that said before. What we can do as the urban, for our rural friends, state mates, is do our best to prevent pollution here. We would ask the same, so I would urge a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Valdez, for those comments. But I stand in strong support of L037. I represent 2 frontier counties and 1 rural. And I think this, I like the first Amendment 38 better, but I still like 37. So please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion. The question before us is the passage of Amendment L37. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, I had the opportunity to hear this bill in committee. It was actually pretty fascinating to hear all the different uses for the plastic bag and for styrofoam containers. And certainly, we heard about different things. And I know in committee, and we talked about this during the committee report, about the medical exemption for plastic bags, so greatly appreciate that. But in reading through the bill, there were some other areas that definitely needed tweaked. And one of those concerned the fact that, I don't know about you, but if you're ever buying produce from a farm stand outside or a farmer's market, and I have a lot of experience with this, members, because for 5 years I worked in the Olathe sweet corn business, even picked corn on Mark Catlin's family's fields, and for John Harold, picked hundreds of thousands of ears of corn in that time. And we sold thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of ears. And what I learned is that if you're going to take wet corn and you're going to put it into a plastic bag, you had to double bag it because it could still go through these modern plastic bags. They keep getting thinner. But if you had to put it in a paper bag, it would go through the bag like a torpedo. And you really definitely don't want to have produce, fresh produce that's flying all over the ground. It's just not good for sanitary reasons. It's not good optics for the customer. So as I was reading through the bill, one thing that we noticed was that there's an exemption for being able to use certain plastic bags inside a store, like a Kroger store, a Whole Foods store, but that same exemption didn't apply for a farmer's market or for a roadside like farm truck. And these are the types of bags, just had to grab one from my local grocery store. Yeah, but these actually fall under the exemption I was reading because they're made out of corn products. So these are now no longer good examples because they're already exempted here. But I'll find better ones for you. But back to the point at hand, we want to have parity between whether you're under the exemption physically inside a store or whether you're buying that exact same product outside under the fresh open air, whether it's at a farmer's market or a farm stand. So that's why, in working with the sponsors, I move Amendment L006 and ask that it be displayed.
Rep. Soper, I believe the desk needs your amendment. Sorry to just call you the desk. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Amendment L006 exempts out farmers market and roadside markets. And this is very important because it treats what you could buy indoors in a grocery store, such as bulk bagging of produce or fruits, the same way as it would be outside, because a farmer's market or a roadside farm stand or a roadside market is outside, so it's not physically inside. So this amendment addresses that issue, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also a big fan of Olathe sweet, sweet corn, and really in an effort to prevent corn torpedoes coming out of the bottom of paper bags and wanting to create a measure of equality between the policy, the way it affects urban markets and rural markets. I've talked to my co-sponsor, and we would agree that this would be acceptable, and we would also urge an aye vote for our friends in rural Colorado to exempt these farm stands from the provisions of the bill. So thank you, Rep. Soper, for working with us on it, and happy to do what we can for rural Colorado here.
Is there further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Speaker.
Nope.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry,
Nope.
Mr. Chair. I did give you a promotion there, one well-deserved. I didn't get to vote on that one. But I will tell you that, ladies and gentlemen in this chamber, I am so excited. I have seen the bill sponsors reach out to rural Colorado. I see an extension of bipartisanship here, and truly those little farmers markets, those farmers out there that are raising their produce, many of it organic in a small environment, that come to those markets and offer that, they get a reprieve. And I thank you for that consideration. But more importantly, I want to thank Representative Soper, because he's the one that is bringing this and introducing this and saying that those little farmers markets, the smallest of the small businesses, the smallest of the small, here are now exempt from this onerous policy.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take this opportunity. I've been really engaged in this whole process, and I think this speaks a lot to the sponsors willing to offer this bipartisan amendment, willing to try to bridge this urban rural gap that we continue hearing about. It's something that I think is impressive. I want to give strong kudos to these sponsors for doing the work and making sure you can find compromise where compromise is. And so, thank you.
Representative Valdez D.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. Thank you to the bill sponsors, but also, those ears of corn from John Harold's farm in the Western Slope, not only the peaches and cream, you want to take that corn home when it's fresh and eat it fresh, just like the Pueblo chili. We won't make sure that we put it in bags and take it home, and when you open up that bag, you smell the freshness. And this is an important aspect in this amendment. We want to make sure that agriculture continues to rise in strong support. But with this amendment helps not only our farmers and ranchers continue to move forward with freshness from farm to table in all aspects. And I'll tell you one thing, nothing like fresh chili with fresh tortillas and some fresh potatoes from the San Luis Valley. So thank you for bringing this amendment forward. And I support L006. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Geez, I'm a little embarrassed how we suddenly turned this into a bipartisan victory. This seems pretty anemic to me. We've got restaurants out there that are having problems, and I'll vote for this, but you're telling me this is the best we can do and calling it bipartisan? It's kind of a hoax.
Any further discussion on Amendment L006? Yes, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too like this amendment, and I want to thank everybody for coming to common ground and finding a place where they can make this amendment be acceptable to the sponsors as well as our side, my side of the aisle. But I still have a question though, because one of the issues that we've been having is the people that use reusable bags, plastic bags that are disposable but reusable, but they use them, like me, I use them over and over and over again in my house to line trash cans and to use when I clean the cat boxes or when I'm outside picking up pine cones or sticks or whatever in the yard. And does that mean that I have to go to a farmer's market anytime I'm going to clean the cat box in order to get a plastic bag to use?
Further discussion on Amendment L006. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. We are back to the bill. Further discussion on the bill. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you, sir.
And I would, we had this, heard this bill in committee, and appreciate all the efforts in the last amendment we had, but I would like to move L007. Have it displayed. You need this.
If I had had a bag.
So what
The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to Amendment L007. Representative Will.
Thank you. And we had quite a bit of discussion on this in committee, and one of my big concerns was about the bulk livestock feeds, because you know, there was talk about the wet paper bag with the sweet corn. Well, I can tell you, if you go to the feed store and get several 50-pound bags of horse feed, cattle feed, whatever, if it's in paper bags, you just got a 4-inch snow, you load it in the back of the truck, you get home and you pick it up and you got corn and rolled oats and everything else right in the back of your pickup, and none of it's in the bag anymore. So a lot of these feed stores and feed companies have been putting feed grains in these bulks in plastic bags, and they're a good durable bag, and they can get wet and you still don't lose everything. So that was one of the discussions I really wanted to talk to the Rep. Soper about it in the committee hearing. And we can talk about some of the other vegetables, grains, and candy, et cetera.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and I definitely want to thank the bill sponsors, Representative Valdez and Representative Cutter, for working with us on this. One thing that we heard during committee from a lot of folks was about the different types of things that are sold in bulk that were already being alluded to in the bill as having an exemption, but we wanted to make sure that this list was expanded to include things that we saw every single day, whether that's vegetables, nuts, grains, candies, greeting cards. I don't know how you buy fish if it's not in some sort of a plastic bag. So, you know, we really wanted to make sure that a lot of this was taken care of, just because this could create a lot of hardship for our business community out there and for consumers. It's really just a practical question of how you move a product from a bulk bin or bulk container, or in the case of a fish tank, to your home. And so that's why there's this list of items that have been carefully thought out and stakeholdered.
Thank you. Representative Will.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is hard to get your goldfish home to your stock tank in a paper bag. So this makes sense.
So thank you.
You're the expert on that, Representative Will. Representative Cutter.
Thanks, Rep. Exum. So, you know, when the goldfish dies, so after only a week, we can only blame the plastic, the chemicals in the plastic. You tell your kids. So Rep. Valdez and I have discussed this, and we're really happy to work with you on this. It made sense. So we also urge an aye vote on this.
Thank you. Representative Will.
And thank you to the bill sponsors, but I don't feed my goldfish credit cards.
Thanks for the safety tip. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It's a good amendment for rural. We pretty well put the burlap industry out of business with the plastic feed bags. And so I think this amendment is very fitting to keep that still viable, you know. If we'd outlaw those plastic feed bags without burlap, I don't know what we'd do. So I really like this amendment. I'll support it.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L007, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The amendment is adopted. Okay, let's keep the bipartisan stuff going on the bill. Yes, Representative Rich. We're back to the bill.
Have I got a bipartisan offer for you all?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see how this works.
Okay.
I move L028 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, the amendment has been moved and now displayed to Amendment L028. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is specific to page 6, lines 5 through 11. And Amendment L028 would provide businesses and consumers with additional carry-out bag options that are 100% recyclable and are certified reusable, are certified to contain post-consumer recycled content, and support American manufacturing and recycling jobs. House Bill 1162, as introduced, will ban American-made products in favor of non-recyclable products imported from some of the world's worst polluting countries because of its mandate that reusable bags have stitched handles. As introduced, House Bill 1162 does not do anything to improve recycling markets and collection rates in Colorado. Amendment L028 mandates post-consumer recycled content in reusable bags that contain plastic, which will promote a circular economy, increase demand for recycled plastic, and create an in-market for post-consumer plastic in Colorado. Due to nationwide shortages of both paper bags and reusable bags that are expected to last for several years, Amendment L028 will promote consumer choice, reduce single-use bag usage, and provide businesses and customers with flexibility and additional shopping bag options. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you for that summary, Representative Rich. Further discussion on Amendment L028. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L028. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L028 is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess we're done being bipartisan, but anyway.
Give it another
now
try.
referencing page 11 after line 5. This requires certification for post-cycled content of reusable bags.
Representative Rich, please move the amendment first.
I move L029.
Okay, it's now displayed to the amendment. Representative Rich.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
That's okay. You're good.
L029 requires that all allowed reusable bags containing plastic be independently certified to contain post-consumer recycled content, which supports accountability in the marketplace and promotes a circular economy by increasing demand for post-consumer recycled content. L029 establishes a certification and oversight requirement for bag manufacturers to ensure the products they sell into Colorado meet the important post-consumer recycled content thresholds established by L028. This promotes a uniform standard for recycled content, regardless of whether the bags are produced in the United States or imported. Imported shopping bags, particularly those with stitched handles, often have dubious claims about how green they are, whether in regard to their eligibility to be recycled in our communities, which they cannot be, or their composition, including levels of recycled content. A certification for post-consumer recycled content helps put American and foreign bag manufacturers on an even playing field, helping to prevent the dumping of products with greenwashing claims. With a third-party certification for PCR content, consumers and businesses can trust that their shopping bags are actually contain recycled materials. Now, these standards are in line with California's plastic bag ban statute, which also mandates minimum post-consumer recycled content and requires that bag manufacturers receive third-party certification. And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L029? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L029. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L029 is lost. We are back to the bill. Further discussion on yes, Representative Bradfield, on House Bill 1162.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L040. And have it displayed, please.
Thank you. That amendment has been moved and now is displayed to Amendment L040. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. This amendment is in reference to a paragraph on page 8, and this paragraph is short, so I will read it aloud. The carry-out bag fee set forth in Section 1A of this section does not apply to a customer that provides evidence that the customer is a participant in a federal or state food assistance program. Now, I believe that the bill writer's intent on this was admirable. However, it also is a very discriminatory effect, and that this is a sort of income shaming, and it may not hit the pocketbook of many people, but it certainly does hit the pocketbook of our most vulnerable. Because this forces a store, in order to get a free recyclable plastic paper bag, they have to prove that they are on food assistance programs such as WIC, and they would have to do this in every single place that they shopped. So I'm thinking that this is something that we should probably remove from this bill so that we are not discriminating against anyone. So I request an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L040? Seeing none, the question before us is adopted. Representative Hotorf to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't make the mistake of calling you Mr. Speaker. I made that mistake earlier this evening, and I do apologize if I offended anyone. Thank goodness Mr. Speaker is still in his office doing busy work, preparing for tomorrow and the next day, I'm sure.
No problem. I'm just trying to stay in my lane. Thank you.
And I appreciate your leadership, sir. Now, I really respect the colleague that brings this amendment forth, and I respect her so much. I want to make sure I fully understand her amendment. So she's going to page 8 and striking lines 15 through 18, and I don't know if we had a good opportunity to really understand the complete context of her amendment. So I just want to make sure that I understand page 8, 15 through 18. The carryout bag fee set forth in subsection 1A of this section does not apply to a customer that provides evidence to the store that the customer is participant in a federal or state food assistance program. Now, she wants to strike that, and I think I know why. For those folks that are on food assistance, how does the retail outlet know? How do they know that there shouldn't be this fee? Unless they provide some type of proof. So I believe my colleague from El Paso County is just trying to be very thoughtful and considerate. Doesn't want to discriminate against anybody, irregardless of their socioeconomic status. Let me see. Page 9, strike 13 through 16. The carry-out bag fee set forth in subsection this section does not apply to a customer that provides evidence of a store that the customer is participant. Oh, that's the same one. Okay. I think what she's saying here is the carry-out bag fee shouldn't even apply to these folks. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't have that fee. They're already financially restricted. Their financial resources are limited, or they wouldn't be in these programs, as I understand. So why should they have to pay an additional fee? Well, how compassionate is that? That's awesome. That is so respectful for those people. Thank you for that element of the amendment. Please allow me to continue to fully understand this amendment as presented. Page 9, line 23. The store shall remit the fee collected pursuant to 2B. I'm going to have to ask the amendment proponent to come and explain these last two lines. If you would help me please understand your intent, ma'am, and I'll let you have the microphone.
Where are you?
I don't know.
Representative Bradford.
Your amendment.
Okay. My amendment asks for this paragraph and what is on the other page to be removed. That I feel that if you are on a food assistance program and you have to show proof of that every time you check out of any business establishment for which you are purchasing 2 or more items that need to be bagged, that is not right. So I think this needs to be struck. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L040? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I stand in support of this amendment. It's a good amendment. It's something that I'm kind of surprised we're actually debating it really too much. This is the worst of, I guess, partisanship when we want to showcase, or not want, when we see maybe a misinterpretation or a misintention, and it seems like that we're going to showcase people who are struggling. And I think some people that are on these programs maybe don't want to allow other people to know they have certain prides. And we need to respect that. I'm just concerned why we're debating something like this. I think many of us, I'm not going to say a show of hands, but many of us have been, had rough patches in our life and had to ask for help. And didn't want to let it be known. We had certain prides that we wanted to deal with. People shouldn't be punished for going through a rough patch. They still deserve a certain respect and privacy. And this is something that I think both sides of the aisle, we need to push the partisanship away and do the right thing here. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L040. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment as well. It makes eminent good sense to me that individuals shouldn't have to reveal their economic situation at that moment in order to get a clean, hygienic, sanitary bag to bring their groceries home in. If we keep requiring people to show their papers like this for their bag credit, their vaccine ID, no voter ID yet, but we're all going to need bigger wallets here, aren't we? So I
Representative
support
Hanks,
this.
that
This
is not
makes
to
sense.
the amendment. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L040, all those in favor, say aye. All. Aye. All opposed? No! Amendment L040 is lost. We're back to the bill. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that some of you know, you've heard me talk about my family. I was raised in a family with both parents, and I had lots of siblings. But my mom was a hippie of the 60s, and I don't know how many of you have heard me say that, but she really was. We had sprouts and wheat germ and organic food before really anybody had it. And back in the 60s, I was a very unique kid in my school. Nobody really understood me, partly because my mom was kind of a hippie. And it was an interesting upbringing, though. And I have recycled and don't like plastic. I have withheld using plastic for many, many years. So the sponsors may not realize this, but I have a huge amount of respect for what we are actually looking at in this bill. Whether I agree with every single point in it or not, you'll notice in a minute. But I actually wish that we used much less plastic in our world. And when I read the title of the bill, it was concerning the use of plastic. So I started to do some research and looking into it, looking at the amount of plastic that we are using in our world, and found out that a huge amount of plastics are found in things other than plastic bags that we get in the grocery stores. And one example that I'm going to give you is disposable diapers. They comprise a huge amount of our landfills right now. Baby diapers generate around 7.6 billion pounds of garbage each year. Each baby creates around 2,000 pounds of garbage over 2 years. They sit in landfills. They take at least 500 years to decompose. And with that, I will move L011 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is before us. To the amendment, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we are really serious about plastic, folks, let's get rid of plastics. Let's lower what we are putting into the landfills every year, and let's not use disposable diapers. I raised 4 kids. I used cloth diapers with all 4 of my children. I will very quickly just wave a couple things in front of you. Disposable diapers. When you think of how many a kid goes through, 10 a day, 15 a day, maybe more, you have packs and packs of disposable diapers that go into landfills. Guess what? I used cloth diapers on my kids. I did 2 loads of laundry a week while my children were growing up. And this diaper is left over from my son, who's now 24 years old. I use it as a dusting rag. This was a lot of plastic that did not go into landfills. I really would like to think that the sponsors of this bill, if they are serious about trying to keep plastic out of our landfills, let's get rid of disposable diapers. Let's use cloth diapers. They can be used over and over and over again. And it's a very good way to keep plastic out of our landfills. If anybody wants to look at some of my articles, disposable diapers add millions of tons of waste to landfills each year, according to an EPA report. Diaper dilemma. I'm happy to show you some of these articles and statistics. A child in diapers for the first 2.5 years will use on average between 6,000 and 7,000 disposable diapers, as opposed to I used about 3 to 4 dozen, that's about 36 to 48 cloth diapers, and I would just keep washing them over and over and over again. Honestly, folks, this is a great way to keep our landfills empty, and I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Mullica to Amendment L011. Yes, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a father of 3 who's changed a lot of dirty diapers in his day, and the older they get, I would unequivocally ask for a no vote on this based on some of the things I've seen on the changing table in my house. It can be a scary situation sometimes. I understand, I respect where the representative's coming from on it, but with my children at least, the cloth diapers didn't work out, and so I would ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L011. Representative Hotorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For my colleague from Lone Tree, is it Lone Tree, ma'am? Douglas County. For my colleague from Douglas County, I think she brings up a very good point. For those of us that raise children, we know how many diapers we would go through. And truly, those plastic disposable diapers are probably a larger issue than the plastics that we target with respect to food service. Now, indirectly, this is all part of the food service industry because what goes in must come out. So there is a relationship here. But I do want to read this article, and I think it's important to consider, because if it's not an amendment we want to put on this bill, I'm not too sure, ladies and gentlemen across the aisle, if we want to get busy with the plastic problem, we might not want to talk about this one next session. Disposable diapers are a popular consumer product in the United States, but reports show their convenience comes at a price to the environment. Reusable cloth baby diapers stop an estimated 0.5 ton of disposable diapers per child from going into U.S. landfills each year and cut down on pathogens that could leak into the water supply, according to EPA reports. Well, if we leave the EPA, that might be a concern. So you can, 0.5 ton, that's 1,000 pounds. That's on one child. Now, something interesting here, an estimated 20 billion disposable diapers are added to landfills throughout the country each year, creating 3.5 million tons of waste. According to a report from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, disposable diapers introduce pathogens into the environment from the solid waste they contain. While the effects of these pathogens are still being studied, well, I wouldn't want to have that job. I thought the poo problem with the doggies was going to be a problem in about 5 years. Experts agree that pathogens could make their way into a water source, potentially polluting drinking water. Studies indicate that diapers in landfills take up to 500 years to degrade. creating methane and toxic gases in the process. Well, I thought cows were the problem. And not to digress, I think 5 humans equates to 1 cow in methane discharge. 5-to-1 ratio. I digress, I apologize, but that methane's a problem. We all know that when we're at home. Hope nobody's around. In the process, the manufacturer uses volatile chemicals that also end up in the ecosystem. In addition, estimates indicate that up to 200,000 trees are lost each year to make disposable diapers for babies in the United States alone. Now, Representative Ransom, I think you've hit on an important point, and I will tell you, if we will all change our behavior, if we will all go to cloth diapers and start washing and recycling, you talk about the Valhalla of recycling. Representative Ransom, this is near genius. I stand among giants in this chamber. Because look at all the things we're doing as Republicans to try to save our environment. Look at what Representative Ransom brings forth, no joking aside. If we would do this, there's an enormous amount, 3.5 million tons of waste would go away. Now, these studies did indicate, as I stated, that up to 500 years to degrade, there are methane and toxic gases that are created. Now, the negative impact of disposable diapers on the environment is irrefutable. A new online study source for parents seeking sustainable baby products is promoting this. Reusable cloth diapers are becoming more popular among health and, page 3, environmentally conscious parents. I'm very concerned I have not, Mr. Chair, captured the attention of my colleagues to my left, but I will continue to read this important information. Environmentally conscious parents and reports show that reusable diapers also save families as much as, hold on now, $900 per year, compared with the disposable diapers when costs of diapers, laundry detergent, and energy are taken into account. Now, we all know as young parents trying to get by that diaper costs are a very significant expense. To save that money is a great contribution not only to those families, but to our environment. In response to increasing demand, the organization Baby Tushy has introduced new bamboo diaper inserts in hemp cloth diapers and cloth diaper covers. Now, if we want to promote the hemp industry that is a struggling industry in Colorado, well, I did not know this was an element of that. I wish this would take off for my hemp farmers out there in eastern Colorado. These diapers are virtually leak-proof to help families save money and waste comparable to disposable diapers. I didn't realize this was going to be so intriguing. I don't know if I can read that paragraph without getting in trouble. Called the sustainable wonder crop. Well, this is not true. Hemp. Well, I know my own family going broke in the hemp business. Is becoming ever more popular as a fabric of choice. I think this might be a little dated, Mr. Chair. Oh my, 2016. Yeah, it's a little dated. These were on the front end of the hemp boom, not on the back end. I don't want to mislead
For the
anybody.
amendment, Representative O'Torp, thank you.
I think it's time for me to step away from the podium. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
This is actually the most excellent amendment, and the only reason I'm going to urge a no vote is that I look forward to the bill coming next year. I think you've done the research. You've already introduced us to new vocabulary at the well that we appreciate. I think I'm so excited that we're all on board the slow train to the future, addressing plastics, and this will be a terrific bill. I look forward to seeing it next year. Until then, I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L011, the question before us is the adoption of this amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We're back to the bill. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm really disappointed that you all are not willing to do some laundry and take care of your babies with cloth diapers as opposed to plastic. While I heard the one representative mention that he was scared about some of the things that he saw when he was changing his little one's diapers. And I know that sometimes diapers can be not fun. That being said, they are totally worth it. And you know what? I've said this to people ever since my first child was born. Parenting isn't for sissies. And I will say that again. We are supposed to be able to take care of our children when they have bloody noses, when they have boo-boos, when they have snotty noses and everything else. And you know what? It's really important that we can do that. And I will wave this cute little disposable diaper one last time very quickly, because I really think that even if we do get together and run a bill to ban disposable diapers next year, we still have this bill in front of us now that is hurting restaurants, hurting takeout food establishments, and making it very difficult for people that want to go grocery shopping and have a clean bag to take their groceries home in. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I will move L012 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is before us to Amendment L012. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for people that are very nervous about trying to change cloth diapers, and sometimes it can be very difficult if you're traveling or if you're going shopping or if you have a babysitter, this amendment would actually allow parents to use up to 12. They would purchase up to 12 per child per month at stores, and then that would really cut back on the landfill issue that we were talking about a minute ago, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment L012. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We're back to the bill. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, folks, if you think that we need to keep using disposable diapers and filling up our landfills, one of the things I've been seeing the last year are people that use masks. Many of us do, some of us don't, some of us can't. That being said, when many people use disposable masks. How many people have gone to a grocery store in the last year and walked across the parking lot and seen masks on the ground, stomped on, in the mud, in the water, the elastic, the ear loops that go around your ears are in the parking lot? We are talking a lot of plastic that is not biodegradable, that is trash, and we are using disposable masks all the time. We also have cloth masks available. This one's clean, it was washed, it's been used many, many times over and over again. Yes, it has plastic, but it goes over the ears and then it's put away. And with that, I will move L010 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is before us to Amendment L010. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we like our disposable diapers, folks, we want to fill up the landfills with 7,000 tons of trash every year, then how about if we try to just use reusable masks and not use disposable masks? That way, when we are using the masks, trying to protect our neighbors, trying to protect ourselves, we can just wash those masks. They're good for the day, and then we can wash them. They're much smaller. That being said, there's still plenty of plastic in them that I'm trying to avoid getting into landfills. And with that, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment L010. Yes, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This seems reasonable to me in that these masks are a hygienic disaster laying around. You don't know what kind of viruses and pathogens are in them, so I'd fully support this and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L010. Representative Hortorf.
Mr. Chair. Now, what I am bringing forth, and I, with the permission of the majority leader, I can't, if I wear it, okay, well, I'm going to do something that the leadership at the highest level of this country does. I'm going to put on this mask first. Now, this is a cloth mask. No, this is a plastic-made mask. But then I'm going to double mask for double protection with a cloth mask, so plastic, cloth. Hold on, let's see if I even know. This is the first time I've done this. Please, somebody take a picture. Now, you may not be able to hear what I'm saying because it's really choking me out, but I want to tell you that this, you like that better? Well, I'm faking it because I got a little more voice than that, but double mask, double fun. Now, the point of this amendment, to get to the point of the double mask, is my colleague from Lone Tree in Douglas County is really talking about the plastic that is contaminating the society and how we are getting a credit card a month, a day, a week. I can't remember that credit card. But it is a problem. So what she wants to do is talk about how the masks, the disposable masks that are plastic of content should not be allowed. Now, I understand her theme about the cloth and how we can wash a cloth mask and we don't need to dispose of and create more trash and plastic that's going to contaminate the society. I'm not trying to Now, I think my colleague from Lone Tree is very sincere in this amendment because she's passionate. Remember, she did grow up with a lady that was, I think she said, a hippie. Well, I'm not sure what a hippie means because where I grew up, we didn't have any of those. But I did see some on TV. Now, I think what she's saying is we've got to be environmentally friendly, and so what we need to do, we need to promote the cloth mask, and in the amendment, make the plastic polypropylene mask illegal. So I support my colleague and all of the things she brings forth to save the environment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L010 is lost. We're to the bill. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, it's unfortunate we didn't get to pass that last amendment. I thought it was particularly interesting, but at least made the point of why you're seeing the kind of resistance and opposition to this bill to begin with. Ultimately, what it comes down to, members, is this bill is onerous. It's creating additional burdens. Earlier during the debate, we talked about the bill sponsors at least talked about the necessity for this and how it could be a benefit for restaurateurs and the industry. And one particular comment that stood out to me was the comment that what drives down prices is standardization, right? And so if we help these industries, at least that's how I took it, by passing this bill and helping them move away from single-use plastics, that the industry itself will embrace the change and they will begin to utilize the typical techniques that they would in order to drive down costs. The only problem that I see with that particular line of reasoning is that that's not how efficiencies are born typically. That's not how innovation is driven. Usually in business, when there is some sort of mechanism or a component or element within the process of trying to eliminate costs, that's born out of a private interaction or thought within the industry. So, for instance, when I'm working in my small business, I'm always trying to figure out a way where we can drive down costs, and it's never some sort of mandate that's being brought before me. It's just the fact that I want to have a healthy bottom line. I want to increase profits, because as I increase profits, I'm able to expand the work that I'm doing, and I'm able to get wealthier. I mean, it's the profit motive, right? That's what really drives innovation. Government does not drive innovation. Government does not drive the type of business expansion that we have enjoyed here in America. That's usually because of capitalism, right? Free market economics, right? Supply side economics specifically. And so when we talk about these mandates, really what they do is they drive up costs. They have the opposite effect, right? But be that as it may, it seems to me that the true purpose of this bill is born out of, quote, environmentalism, or at least trying to take care of the environment. And as I would agree with my colleagues that we need to be great stewards of the environment that we find ourselves in, and we need to try and be responsible, we also can't do this at the expense of business owners, especially in a time where these owners are suffering greatly because of this pandemic, and they are transitioning to a to-go model in order to adapt to the environment that they're in. As we do that, all we're doing is we're hurting them. And that's the problem with this policy. This policy is not only an environmental type policy, but it's also being packaged as a policy that could be a benefit to the industry. Well, I would submit to you that if it's going to be a benefit to the industry would already be doing it. The government doesn't need to tell them what to do, because ultimately they want to make more money. That's the whole point. And without those profit incentives, it's not going to drive innovation. If anything, they're going to find a way to actually avoid this policy as best they can while maintaining their profits or their bottom lines. And so I believe this is actually going to have the opposite effect. Instead, you're going to see probably a lot of these businesses go out of business. They're going to lose revenue, and it's going to impact their bottom lines. And many of these restaurants they're going to question, the owners anyway, they're going to question why continue doing their business. I had many constituents who are business owners in this space email me on this particular bill and similar bills that have been offered in the past. And they themselves have talked about how this is something that is essentially going to be one more thing on top of all the other regulations that they have to deal with, that's going to make them want to either sell their businesses if they can, or get out of it entirely and retire. And that's a serious concern that we should all be worried about, because that not only means a decreased revenue in the form of taxation coming to our state and localities, but it also means a decrease in jobs. So members, I mean, there are plenty of issues with this bill, but I guess the overarching point I want to make is I'm not convinced that it will actually help us on the environmental side of the equation, and I certainly think and believe and know that it's going to hurt our businesses and our industries in this space, and it's ultimately going to make it so people aren't getting jobs, especially those who are on the bottom rung of the job ladder, where these individuals, many of whom don't have experience, but this is one way they can gain job experience, and that has secondary and third effects for people who are trying to gain job experience and move on to other industries. I mean, there's a whole host of ripple effects here that I don't think are being accounted for, and I would submit to you that this is something that we should really put a pause on and really think through, because it is going to harm us if we continue doing this. And it's not necessarily just the one policy by itself, but it's all these different policies that add up and have this stack up of regulations and burdensome rules. It's just one more thing, and this could very well be the straw that breaks the camel's back. So members, I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Further discussion on House Bill 1162, Representative Van Winkle and Representative Hotor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with my colleagues, I offer L016 and ask for it to be displayed.
Did you give them a copy?
Oh, sorry. The amendment is before us to Amendment L016. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, I believe, is a compromise of sorts that will allow a little more flexibility for our restaurants and our fast service.
Representative Van Winkle, please move the amendment.
I'll take care of that.
I did move it. I move L016.
Okay, it's before us to the amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this is a compromise of sorts for many of our food establishments, for many of our restaurants, for many of our fast food places, to allow them to put, if it's a big order of some kind, they can all put it into bags, and it's a simple compromise.
Further discussion on Amendment L016. Representative Hotor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm real happy to announce, in a spirit of bipartisanship and unity amongst us in this chamber, we bring forth L016. Now, as I read through this, we want to do a substitution with respect to the word customer and substitute the customer, except that a retail food establishment need not comply with this section if the retail food establishment, Now, ladies and gentlemen, did I capture that? This is helping retail food establishments, and I believe that is restaurants. So now we finally come forth after hours and hours of discussion, debate, and deliberation with an offering, a good offering to our retail food establishments, aka restaurant businesses. As a champion for small business, I am very happy to talk about they need not comply with this section if the retail food establishment does two things. Mr. Chairman, two things only. I don't know if I've captivated your attention, but A and B, which would be two things only, prepares or serves food.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention, sir. And thank you for your leadership. Prepares or serves food in individual portion for immediate on or off premises consumption. And I believe that is defined as carryout. That is important. So now carryout will be exempt. And also defines this as not a grocery store or convenience store. So it is saying that this is for the restaurant business. I'm excited about this amendment. Our bipartisan effort begins anew with L016, and I would encourage an aye vote, a loud and thunderous aye vote from the chamber.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L016. Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a thoughtful amendment. We believe it will go towards helping restaurants make this transition. We would ask for an aye vote in the spirit of bipartisanship. And yes.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. And we are back to House Bill 1162. Further discussion. Representative Wook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L019 and ask it to be displayed.
L019 has been moved and now before us to the amendment. Representative Wu.
Thank you. So during the committee hearings, this bill's sponsors said that some restaurants have already started to move away from styrofoam. And that is true for some of the larger chains, such as McDonald's. However, I don't think we can say with confidence that every mom and pop restaurant, the wide variety of ethnic restaurants in our communities, and the small places out in rural Colorado have all been expecting this change and have proactively switched away from styrofoam. In fact, one of our capital neighbors, a Vietnamese restaurant across the street, owned by immigrants, uses styrofoam every day for the soup and other dishes they serve. This restaurant does a lot of takeout to support its business model, and I'm guessing that some of the legislators in this chamber have eaten their food recently. We should be very careful to protect the autonomy of Colorado's smallest family-owned, rural, or minority-owned restaurants. Amendment L019 would provide this protection by providing a temporary exemption for these smallest restaurants so that they truly will have time to prepare for a ban that will impact their business. Amendment L019 would give restaurants that do less than $1 million in business per year an extended time frame. They would be exempted from the ban for 5 years so that they could adjust their business model before facing the ban in this bill. And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L019. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of this amendment as well. I wanted to let you know that as we've been discussing what restaurants have been going through over the last year, extending the time is very, very important. And this not only extends the time, it also targets the smaller restaurants. And the ones that truly need help most of all are the ones that we really should be trying to cater to the extent that we can to make sure that they don't go out of business. We have enough small businesses that no longer exist in Colorado after we have shut them down, after the government shut them down back in March of 2020. Enough businesses left our state and left viability that it's nice to know that this amendment is trying to target ones that need it most. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate this amendment, L019. It's very thoughtful, and not everybody has chain restaurants in their areas. Even on the Western Slope, we do have a few, but we don't have a lot. And this would really help, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L019, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L019 is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Wu. Oh, you want to go with him? No? Okay, Representative Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L020 and ask it to be displayed.
Thank you. The amendment is before us. To the amendment, Representative Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we are going to increase costs on restaurants by forcing them to use more expensive containers than they would choose to, we should at least help lift some of the financial burden. This is especially important for small restaurants, which often operate on razor-thin margins. Amendment L020 would allow small restaurants, those with less than $1 million in annual gross revenue, to take 20% of the cost of their food service takeout containers and claim it as a tax credit, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L020. Yes, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I, too, want to ask for an aye vote on this amendment. This is just a tax credit for the restaurants that really desperately need the help. Remember, so many of the restaurants were closed down for a period of months, sometimes longer. Many of them have had a tough time hiring back their employees. And for us to offer a tax credit for those restaurants that need to spend more money buying the containers that we are forcing them to buy with this bill is just and fair and right. And it's very important to these restaurant owners that they stay in business. The ones that are left want to stay in business. We've talked about this before, folks. People want to work. They don't want just to get government handouts as much as they want to work. And giving tax credits is a way that we can allow these restaurants to stay in business and stay in place. I think this is a great amendment to be offered. I want to thank the sponsor for presenting it and offering it to us, and I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L020, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L020. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Soper. Where'd he go? Representative Soper, are you ready? Okay, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
Members, I've appreciated all of the discussion going on about restaurants. For the sake of Representative Snyder, I'll spare you talking about my personal experience with a restaurant, but I would like to move Amendment L036 and ask that it be displayed. So members...
The amendment is before us to Amendment L036. Representative Larson.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, the last two amendments, frankly, would have done a lot more to help restaurants struggling right now. But I think in light of what we do in this chamber, we have to, frankly, acknowledge the fact that there is a certain kind of restaurant that typically uses styrofoam and these products more than others. You know, we tend to see these are restaurants that are minority owned. And I don't think that this chamber and everything else that we do wants to put a disproportionate burden on minority owned businesses. So what this amendment would do is it would require the department to undertake a study to ensure that there's no disproportionate impact on minority or women owned businesses in doing this ban. Members, I can tell you, for better or worse, underlying environmental goal or not, right now, styrofoam is used largely because it is far cheaper than the alternative. There's also some benefits. For instance, if you're trying to transport a hot soup, it's commonly used in Vietnamese cuisine. There's really not a more effective container to transport that in than styrofoam. However, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is no disproportionate impact. Maybe this is affecting restaurants all across the board equally. But I think before we move forward with something that has the potential to affect the bottom line of so many businesses, we should know if the impacts are going to be equitable, if the impacts are going to disproportionately hit minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses across the state. So members, I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Valdez-A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly respond to that. I think it is important to remember who is the victims of pollution. When we talk about communities of color and their impacts, it's mostly we're talking about the places where the pollution is dumped and where the cancer affects people more. So just want to point that out, ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment L036. Representative Ranson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in this instance, a lot of times you've probably seen me vote no on studies and doing a lot of additional studies trying to get more money into programs. But in this case, I actually support this study because we have a bill in front of us that would impact people, many of whom we don't know. They are people living and working in Colorado, trying desperately to make a living and support their families. And by doing this study to look at the impacts of what this bill actually does once passed, we would be accepting responsibility and accepting accountability for what we have done to the people of Colorado. I know that as a representative, I have told people many, many times that I want to be accountable for my votes. I want to be accountable for the bills I introduce, for the bills I promote, for the bills I run, and I stand by that now, that I want to be accountable to the people of Colorado for everything I do here. And I think that all 65 of us are in that same position. We are accountable to the people of Colorado that are paying taxes, to the people that are having to live with the arbitrary rules and laws that we sometimes place in front of them and expect them to follow. This is one of them. And by having this study and looking specifically at women and minority-owned businesses, but at all businesses, to look at the impacts of what this bill does is only fair. I urge an aye vote on the amendment, and I thank the sponsor for bringing it.
Seeing no further discussion, yes, Representative Larson, Amendment L036.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the bill sponsor, Representative Valdez. And, you know, I don't necessarily disagree with your comments that there is a disproportionate impact. However, the good news is that this is just a study. This isn't an exemption. This theoretically wouldn't even impact, maybe there is no disproportionate impact, but how will we know that unless we have a study and we have the data in our hand? You know, as we know, there is already difficulty, and we've indeed passed many bills to the effect of trying to help minority-owned businesses get off the ground, get access to capital. How many bills have we passed this year that are to that effect? And it would just seem really bizarre to me that we would work a bill that is counterproductive to that goal that we have passed so many times in this House and heard in the well so many times, and we don't even want to know if this is going to have a disproportionate impact. So again, all this is a study. And, you know, we're going to have information. More information is not going to hurt us in this particular effect. And I think it's important to know. So, members, again, I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L036. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. Further discussion on the bill. Yes, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L041 and ask that it be displayed.
L041 has been moved and is properly displayed. Can you explain your amendment, Representative Soper?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And this amendment that I'm offering along with Representative Geithner, specifically, you know, we have to go back to the bill, and just to explain what the bill does, it seeks to ban just one type of takeout container material, which is foam, styrofoam, and that will be banned. Colorado does have a pretty bad recycling rate, especially when compared to the rest of the nation. I believe we're somewhere around 15%, whereas the nation is around 36%. So we certainly could do a much better job of increasing our recycling rate. What this, or I should say, what House Bill 1162 does not do is anything to support or incentivize businesses and manufacturers to do more concerning post-recycled content within their products. Styrofoam can be recycled, but right now there are no food service takeout containers on the market that use post-consumer recycled styrofoam. Amendment L041 would incentivize innovators, entrepreneurs, and manufacturers to step up their efforts in this area by creating an exemption to this ban for future products that effectively use post-consumer recycled styrofoam. These are products that have not yet been invented. This would in no way interfere with the bill's ban on foam styrofoam, because that's specifically in the bill and not touched by the amendment at all, whatsoever. All existing foam styrofoam containers would continue to be banned. I just want to kind of underline that part. They will continue to be banned, because none of us like these products. Since that seems to be the goal here, of the General Assembly. However, manufacturers and in particular the inventors should have the opportunity to look towards the future and to come up with a new product in this arena. And so this bill would just incentivize that for the future, and I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Very creative, Monsieur Soper. Is there any further discussion on L41? Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't need to incentivize or encourage or produce any more styrofoam. The technology doesn't exist yet, and there's no reason to adopt this amendment. I urge a no vote.
Okay, seeing no further discussion on L41, all in favor of L41, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. L41 fails. Is there any further discussion on HB 21-1162? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, there have been quite a few amendments offered. We still have a bill in front of us that we need to make some decisions on and decide how to vote based on what our constituents need and want and the language of the bill, commitments we have made, and things like that. I read an article that had a couple interesting points in it, actually crucial points that I wanted to bring out. The coronavirus pandemic and all the craziness that followed taught us we can never know for certain what the future will bring. Colorado lawmakers are thinking about the future with their proposed legislation to reduce plastic waste. They want to ensure Coloradans have clean communities to enjoy for generations to come. While their goal is admirable, they must be judicious when determining which single-use plastics they want to eliminate. The current statewide legislation would ban single-use plastic shopping bags and foam takeout containers. Local lawmakers in Fort Collins, Denver, and other cities are also considering similar bans. If such bans pass, environmental advocates are already ready to lobby for restrictions on coffee cups, bottled water, and more single-use products. This is only the beginning, folks. This is a good opportunity to look at a framework for evaluating what's essential and what's non-essential. Like plastic itself, lawmakers should be flexible and practical. Foam takeout containers and shopping bags are certainly convenient, but they cannot be easily recycled. They are low-value plastics that most Coloradans can live without or easily replace. Banning them isn't the end of the world, according to this one opinion article that I'm reading. But lawmakers should be wary of being led into believing single-use is a four-letter word. There are lots of single-use plastics that are essential in Colorado. Now, I want to make sure we think about that and keep all this in mind, folks. Throughout the pandemic, plastic syringes, gloves, masks, and hand sanitizer bottles, all of which are single-use plastics, were vital in keeping Colorado safe. Other medical products, including bandages, medicine bottles, and ointment tubes, are also essential products. Coloradans will need these single-use products for generations to come. Bottled water is also essential. Look no further than the recent winter storm in Texas to see this devastating effect unexpected weather can have on tap water infrastructure. Millions were left to scramble to find bottled water after pipes burst throughout the state, leaving tap water unsafe. Now, folks, I didn't want to just read the entire article. I wanted to read these points and bring them to you just to point out that these slippery slopes that we sometimes get started going down can really open doors into places that we don't want to go. We, again, are picking and choosing a very slim part of the plastic world that the bill sponsors have brought to us, saying that these are the bad ones that we can't have. And they're the ones that are going to be outlawed in the state of Colorado. I would continue to posit that most people are using cloth bags or reusable bags already. I've been using them for 20 plus years. And I think that many, many people, I see them all the time in the stores, are using cloth bags already. The people that have a few plastic bags in their car or in their kitchen are using them and reusing them for things at home like trash cans, like the cat cleaning the cat boxes and things like that. Again, folks, I just want to make sure that you all know that picking and choosing in the way we are doing here is hurting just certain industries in Colorado. We are hurting business owners, and we are doing damage to businesses that are trying desperately to stay in business after actions that we have taken over the last year. And I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Members, I've sat here tonight and watched the floor show and enjoyed some of it not as much. What I'm here tonight to say is I think we're missing the point. Colorado at 15.9% recycling rate, it's clear that most of the products that we use, regardless of what they're made of, end up in the landfill. In just banning one or two products, the products that'll take their place will end up alongside the highway just the same as these do, or in the landfill. I sat on a zero waste committee this couple of years ago, and we saw a lot of different things that could be done. I don't think we're trying as hard as maybe we could. I think maybe we could incentivize some of this, some of the infrastructure, some of the opportunities that are in front of us that we may not be looking at. I appreciate the effort that's going into this, but I don't know if you realize that there's a severe shortage of paper bags in the United States of Colorado, right? That may take years to resolve. It's so severe that several other states and localities, including Washington, Oregon, and Maine, have delayed or suspended their bag laws. That's a warning for us. That's something we should take into consideration. You know, I'm not a big recycler. I'm not I try my best to not use too much plastic. But one of the things that happened in this last year since we were gone and came back is my wife uses some of those cloth bags. We took them to the grocery store. The grocery store told us, well, you got to pack your own because they're full of COVID. We'd rather you use plastic bags. So we've just come from being recommended to use plastic bags to the point that we're going to ban them within a year of those two statements being made. Just something to think about before you vote. I told you that I'd been on that zero waste committee and we'd gone and seen some of these recycling facilities, and I thought we were going to take and put a lot of effort into end products that are made of recycled materials. Plastic bags don't make up a lot of our trash, I'm telling you. They might seem like it because you see it. But in reality, the weight that's created by them, the space that's taken up in our landfills and those kind of things, there are other products that are much worse. The thin plastic bags that we're talking about, they are recyclable if you bring them back to the grocery store and put them in the receptacle. I think we could do more of that. But you know, the ones that we call reusable bags with the stitched handles are not recyclable, even though they're plastic. So are we going to jump from one to the other? Are we going to just ban this, ban that? You know, the word ban bothers me. Choice matters to me. Choice matters to all of us. You know, I've had some people tell me that there are studies that have been done that says that the typical consumers in the state of Colorado don't necessarily support this. You know, I'm not a poll guy. I'm not a survey guy. I don't make and live my life on the decisions as to whether or not a poll says it's up, down, or around. But I do know there's been a lot of arguments made tonight in regards to people and choices. And I question a couple of the statements that have been made in regards to polystyrene and styrene. I'm not sure which one is which. I can't keep them straight in my mind. But I do know there have been some studies that have been done that they don't believe people are at risk from using polystyrene products. You know, you're saying that cancer is caused and these kind of things are frightening. If we're going to quote things, I'd like to make sure that we know what we're quoting. What I just quoted you is from the National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences. There are studies that says the finished products, certainly styrene, is not a safety issue. That's from the director of the National Toxicology Program. So there are a lot of mixed signals here. Is this really for the good of the public? Or is it just one of those agenda items that we want to tick off from the 73rd General Assembly? We have a lot of people that are impacted by some of this. And you know, I do wonder about restaurants. I do wonder about takeout. You know, being able to get a shot of whiskey at the curb in a plastic jar seems to be one of the problems we've got. But we just passed a bill saying that we can do that. Drive-up service. So what signal are we sending? It's okay to drink whiskey, not okay to use a grocery bag. So I wonder about some of these things, and it's not a question in regards to the sponsors. I've spoken to them, and I appreciate the fact that they're serious about this. But I'm serious about it too. Does this need to be done? Does it need to be done now? Are we superimposing a certain set of standards on people that haven't even thought of it yet? Are we asking people to change ways that they need to live by? Because some of us don't need to live that way and don't want to live that way. There have been some arguments up here in regards to people's financial status, those kind of questions. You know, I'm not going to go there. I do appreciate the arguments, and I do appreciate those things being brought up. But it seemed to me that I needed to come down and be a serious arbiter of what I believe. And that's what I'm doing down here tonight. This is an important bill. It's not just one that we can pass by lightly, because it's going to make some big changes in communities that are probably not ready to make those changes, or maybe not even able to make those changes. And for that reason, I'm going to ask you for a no vote. Consider it. This would be a good vote as far as saying no. Give us an opportunity. Let's see what could be done rather than force what can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in reviewing this bill title, if I can get to it here, concerning the management of plastic products, and then I turn to the safety clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. And I certainly don't agree that this is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. So I'm going to move. I move L039 and ask it to be displayed. And what this amendment allows for is a petition clause that allows the people to decide if they like this bill. Because I certainly believe many of my constituents and residents in my district are not going to be pleased with this. And for that, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. I think for a lot of people, we need to make sure this is a pretty big deal. To give, and just explain really the safety clause and the full dynamics of this. It's set in our procedures that we give our constituents a say, a way to opt out of what we do here. We give them a chance to petition and get it on the ballot and possibly vote no. It gives them an opportunity to override what we do. And they should have that opportunity. We're supposed to represent them, and if we do something that goes against their best interests, they need to have an opportunity to override us and have their say enforced. So to some people, a safety clause is just a way to enact their legislation quickly. But to some other people, and some people in my district, they cherish that right. Even if they're not going to use it, they want to know that they have a say to override. And I agree with these people in my district. You should only use a safety clause. Truthfully, we use it about 10% of the time it should really be used. The most egregious emergencies where we cannot let our people have a say, where a bill needs to be enacted right then for safety purposes. We cannot wait. That's when a safety clause should be issued. Now, to change the packaging of a delivery product, I think doesn't pass that test. So it is a big deal. We're overriding their opportunity to override us. Whether they choose to take advantage of that opportunity or not, that's really not the argument. It's that we respect their say and that we respect the safety clause and use it wisely. So let's remember our names. We're representatives. We represent our district. We represent Colorado. And to many people, the safety clause is a sacred thing, a sacred way to override what we do. And I guarantee some of our constituents are looking at this bill saying, does that rise to the level where this bill needs to be enacted so quickly? And I don't think it does. So again, our constituents are watching. Let's respect them. Let's listen to them. And let's bring back the proper use of the safety clause and really respect our constituents that we're here to represent. I ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Hey, Madam Chair, and I also urge a yes vote on this. Clearly, these are products that have been used by Coloradans for longer than I've been alive. I know that. And so it certainly does not rise to the level of threatening the immediate preservation of peace, the public health, or public safety. And so I ask for a yes vote on this. If for no other reason, I think this amendment should be just fine because the bulk of the bill really doesn't start even taking effect until January 1st of 2022. So this simply opens a door for the people of Colorado, if they so choose, to have a voice in this legislation. It is the way things are done, or the way things should be done, unless it is dealing with the immediate preservation of public peace. And it's really hard to make the argument on this that this is a public peace, health, or safety issue. The bill itself, like I said, does not even start taking effect till really the bulk of it till January 1st, and then phases in all the way until January of 2025. So there's no rush here, and I certainly ask for a yes vote on this good amendment.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm a strong supporter of this amendment. We are representatives of our district, certainly, but we are also forecasters and weathermen and sentries for this government and this Capitol building, bringing back reports and concerns of our district. And I got to tell you, I am getting a lot of queries on this, the gas bill, the vaccine bill that's maybe coming up. We've got a problem here, in my estimation, in the information age. It's become more of a disinformation age, in my opinion. People are having trouble determining what is real, what is media spin. This helps them figure that out. This helps them understand what the issue is as clearly as it can be put on the ballot book that comes out in October for November elections. We should not be afraid of this. We should be afraid of the anger that is brewing out there in areas like my neck of the woods. This ability to vote on this would empower the people again, and I strongly urge your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So a few of us in here have sat on city councils, and this will not be a long lecture about these things, but anytime we've considered an emergency ordinance, it's similar to a safety clause. It says, for the clear and present danger to my community, I have a responsibility to enact whatever ordinance, whatever law it is, as quickly as possible, for the clear and present danger to my community. And therefore, we are going to waive the typical standards that we have that give people a redress for their government. It's kind of a big deal. And as I said, I won't belabor it, but I will tell you that if you look at this as an emergency ordinance, then I think you might want to think, where is the clear and present danger in a bill whose enactment is far into the future and far beyond what the petition clause would allow? Vote your conscience.
Thank you, Minority Leader McKean. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 39? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of Amendment 39, say aye. Aye. All opposed to Amendment 39, say no. No. The noes have it, the amendment fails. Is there any further discussion on 1162? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of Amendment 62, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, the amendment passes, or the bill passes.
Wait. House Bill.
Sorry, House Bill 211162 is adopted. Thank you. Mr. Gregorio, can you please read the title of HB 21? Oh, sorry. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 92 one day until tomorrow, Wednesday, May 5th.
Okay, the bill will, 92 will be laid over till tomorrow, May 5th. I am not sure I have a current, oh, there we go. So are we on to Senate Bill 21-100? Mr. Gregorio, can you please read the title of SB 21-100?
Senate Bill 100 by Senator Buckner, also Representative McCluskey, concerning the continuation of the Council of Higher Education Representatives.
Representative McCluskey.
It is an honor to serve with you, Madam Chair, this late at night.
And an honor to serve with you, Representative
I move
McCluskey.
Senate Bill 100 on second reading.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a sunset review of the Council of Higher Education. This council was created in 2001 to help streamline the transferability among all public post-secondary institutions, our 4-year and 2-year institutions, and to enhance the retention, progression, and completion of baccalaureate degrees in the state. This council consists of members from both our 4 years and our 2 years, members of our Commission on Higher Education, and this group works monthly to make sure that we have strong guaranteed transfer pathways, our GT pathways, for students so that they can attend an institution in one part of the state, maybe a community college, and then move on to a 4-year. They continue to add value in helping to strengthen our workforce, make sure that students graduate with better skills and knowledge and expertise to earn wow, it is late, to get jobs and earn a living wage. I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 100.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 21-100? Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I only have 4 or 5 amendments on this. So it's just, I got nothing.
Okay, any further discussion on Senate Bill 21-100? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of Senate Bill 21-100, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. Thank you. Senate Bill 21-100 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, could you please read the title of SB 21-147?
Senate Bill 147 by Senators Fields and Hobart, also Representatives Froelich and Van Winkle, concerning the continuation of the regulation of athletic trainers by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Thank you. Representative Froelich. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 147, the appropriations and public health committee reports.
Okay, and there are no reports, Representative Froelich.
Oh. None?
No committee reports, so just to the bill.
Oh, because we didn't amend.
So we'll just assume that if there were, they would have passed, and there you go.
We're just so good at this, we didn't need any amendments, and so
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to be clear, we moved Senate Bill 147. And members, this bill deals with athletic trainers. Athletic trainers are always working hard in the background of any major sports team, high school team, college team, or individual athletes, so one-on-one, especially like in the Olympic setting, things like that. And for us fans, people like us, they're the first person fans see off the bench when a nasty injury happens. They're always a well-trained, proven athletic trainer that immediately comes to help in the event of an injury, to get players to a safe place. Oftentimes in hockey, they'll get them off the ice. They'll check them. Well, they check the dental work in hockey. They'll give them stitches. They check for concussions. They manage pain and more. But not only do they provide emergency care when second counts, they also help prevent injuries ahead of time. Help athletes get back on the field safely after an injury, such as after contracting COVID, which is extremely important. These really are the people that are getting teams and sports back on the field in this terrible COVID year, or after receiving a concussion. It makes sure they're going through the protocols. And the pandemic really has brought to light the work they're doing to get sports back on the field safely. They're the people responsible for bringing hockey back, the Avalanche, the Broncos this fall, and of course the Denver Nuggets. And they play a critical role in providing essential health care for their teams and patients, and are also in the clinical setting. So I ask for a yes vote for this to continue the licensing and regulations that ensures that they are well-trained, fits in well with the 49 other states, and prevents bad actors.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Van Winkle, for carrying this. It has not really been a very rocky path, and we ask for an avalanche of support.
Yes.
Is there any further discussion on SB 21-147? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of SB 21-147, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. SB 21-147 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, could you please read the title of HB 21-1265?
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Mulliken and Van Winkle, also Senators Pedersen and Woodward, concerning temporary deduction from state next taxable sales for certain retailers in the state in order to allow such retailers to retain the resulting sales tax collected as assistance for lost revenue as a result of the economic disruptions due to the presence of coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 in Colorado.
Very nice, Mr. Gregorio. Representative Mulliken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1265 and the Finance and Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations report.
We appropriated the money, Madam Chair, and to the Finance Committee report, we did offer an amendment that made sure that we included restaurants, bars, and catering in this. They've also suffered during this pandemic, and we wanted to make sure that they were included.
Okay, I believe we need to vote on each report separately. So all in favor of the Appropriations report, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? The Appropriations report is adopted. The Finance report, all in favor of the Finance report, since they've already spoken to it, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Okay, the ayes have it. The Finance report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Mulliken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we all know what this industry means to every one of our communities. We've heard robust debate around that tonight. We've all seen how hard that this industry has also been hit by this pandemic. This bill will help them with a hand up during some of their busiest months. This not only helps these businesses, but in turn ensures members in our community can keep their jobs. This is a good bill helping a good industry and making sure amazing employees are staying employed. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And really, members, the people of Colorado are asking for relief, especially as they try to recover from a terrible 2020, a very harsh winter, especially on the restaurant industry. And this bill provides that tax relief that they've been asking for. It allows restaurants, bars, food trucks, breweries, caterers, and many more in the food and beverage service industry who have been hurt by the shutdown and occupancy restraints, essentially a tax holiday so that businesses can keep those taxes they otherwise would submit to the state. It's more money in the hands of job creators and business owners to pay for essential things like rehiring employees and improved outdoor seating. And so with that, I'll ask for a yes vote, tax relief for the people of Colorado.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 21-1265? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is I want to commend both the sponsors. This is a great bill. It really helps the industries that were impacted the most during COVID. I stand in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 21-1265? Seeing none, all in favor of HB 21-1265, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? Okay, the ayes have it. HB 21-1265 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1285 until tomorrow, May 5th.
That will be laid over. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1150 till tomorrow, May 5th.
HB 1150 will be moved over till tomorrow, May 5th. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 92 until tomorrow, May 5th.
Thank you. Senate Bill 92 will be laid over until tomorrow, May 5th. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1274 till tomorrow, May 5th.
Thank you. Senate Bill 74 will be laid over until tomorrow, May 5th. Majority Leader Eskar.
1274.
1274. Apologies.
Okay.
Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The committee will rise and report, seeing no objection.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1162 as amended, House Bill 1238 as amended, House Bill 1265 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 100, Senate Bill 147 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1150, 1274, 1285, and Senate Bill 92 laid over until 5/5/2021 and retain their place on the calendar.
Representative Exum.
Speaker, I move that the House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole.
You have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. We are going to start with House Bill 1238, and we will go alphabetically. So, Mr. Gregorio, please read the Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Hanks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Holtorf Amendment L011 to House Bill 21-1238 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1238 is amended passed.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Amendment L011 to the Committee of the Whole.
You have heard the motion. It has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of the Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is on 1238. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Gray is excused. With 22 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 5 excused, the Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. We will move on to the Pelton Amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L016 to House Bill 21-1238 to show that said amendment passed and House Bill 21-1238 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It has been properly moved and displayed. That's actually not true. Now it has been. Any further discussion on the Pelton Amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 5 excused, the Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. We will move on into alphabetical order of the additional amendments to the Committee of the Whole on 1162. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Bradfield Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bradfield moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Bradfield Amendment L040 to House Bill 21-1162 to show that said amendment passed and House Bill 21-1162 is amended passed.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the Bradfield amendment to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion? Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote. A no vote, a no vote.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Bradfield Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 5 excused, the Bradfield Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Larson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Larson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Larson Amendment L036 to House Bill 21-1162 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1162 as amended passed.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Larson Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Larson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 5 excused, the Larson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. We are trying to make sure you guys can see the amendments that you're voting on, but at the same time understand the feed that the people at home are seeing, so trying to strike the right balance of that. And that's what that discussion was. Doesn't seem like anyone really cared, but I wanted to be transparent. Okay. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L037 to House Bill 21-1162 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1162 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. This amendment was the one that would give counties and cities the opportunity to opt out of the plastics ban. I'd urge a yes vote.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the first Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 33 no votes, and 5 excused, The first Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L038 to House Bill 21-1162 to show that said amendment passed and House Bill 21-1162 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. This amendment just simply exempts rural and frontier counties from the plastics ban.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the second Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Doherty, Duran, Ortiz. Please close the machine. 26 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 5 excused. The second Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Please, Mr. Gregorio, read the first Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Rich moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Rich Amendment L028 to House Bill 21-1162 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1162 as amended passed.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Rich Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. It revises the definition of a reusable bag. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I request a no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the first Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Catlin. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 5 excused, the first Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Rich moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Rich Amendment L029 to House Bill 21-1162 to show that said amendment passed and House Bill 21-1162 as amended passed.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Rich Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. It requires the certification for post-recycled content of reusable bags. I ask for an aye vote.
It has been properly moved and not displayed quite yet. And displayed, Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I request a no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the second Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 28 aye votes, 32 no votes, and 5 excused, the second Rich amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Woog amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Woog moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Holtorf Amendment L039 to House Bill 21-1162 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1162 is amended passed.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Woog amendment to the Committee of the Whole and demand an aye vote.
Demand. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a no vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Woog amendment, which is L039, to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 33 no votes, and 5 excused, the Woog amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote? Sorry, Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 5 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Introduction of resolution.
HJR 21-10008 by Representatives Escar and McKean, also Senators Fenberg and Holbert, concerning a request to the Supreme Court of the State of Colorado to render its opinion upon questions regarding sections 44 to 48.4 of Article 5 of the state constitution.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of HJR 1008.
You have heard the motion. See no objection. The rules will be suspended for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 10008. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move HJR 1008 and ask that it not be read at length. You all were just handed it. They handed it out, so if you want to look at it, take a look at it, but I'm not going to make Mr. Gregorio read it out loud tonight.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, in front of you is HJR 1008, but if you recall just a few hours ago,
A few short hours.
we discussed Senate Bill 247 and the intricacies of what that would do with the independent redistricting commissions. What this resolution simply is what we put into that bill, we put into the resolution as an interrogatory to send to the Supreme Court to allow us permission to ask, is this actually what we can do? That's what the resolution is. It's an interrogatory asking the Supreme Court if we can move forward with the questions that we have in Senate Bill 247, which we discussed earlier. And I'm tired and pregnant, so you might be able to explain this better.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I don't know if you've seen how much we've been talking over here on the side, but this has been our labor of the day as well. Your birthday present, by the way, I might just say. Just a few short pieces of paper here. But really what this is the manner in which we have to ask the Supreme Court to give us their ruling on how we can move these dates. So that's what we have to do. It has to be done by resolution. The bill set the language. The resolution is what we send over.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the majority and minority leadership on this House Joint Resolution 21-1008. My question to the leadership is, with this joint resolution, at what time would we reasonably expect a Supreme Court ruling to answer these questions that we so seek in this particular resolution?
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As soon as possible. In fact, that's why we're doing this, so that we can get it there. It has a little bit of processing time coming in the door. And then the court, I believe, on, I don't remember what day it is, but it's within the next 3 or 4 days, they will go ahead and put it in their calendar so that they can take a look at it and give us a ruling.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I don't come up here lightly because I understand the significance of what we're trying to do here. I guess for lack of knowing, I suppose my main objection is over process at this point. And again, I understand exactly what the resolution sponsors are trying to do with this, and so I don't begrudge them that. I think there's a lot of wisdom in what's being proposed here, but given that I only received this thing, within the last 10 minutes or so, I don't feel comfortable on voting in favor of something like this at this time, because I'd like to have a little bit of time to digest this and understand exactly what it is I'm trying to attest to. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I do object to this resolution, but I would also object to a voice vote on this. I would ask for the machine to be open on this.
Duly noted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to explain a little bit more, I hear what you're saying. I want you all to be completely clear. The reason we are moving this as soon as possible today is it needs to be heard in the Senate first thing in the morning as well. We are trying our best to get this on the Supreme Court's agenda that they have set for Thursday. That's why the urgency is here. It's not that we don't think that this deserves the time to be taken a look at and talked about. That's why I really wanted to explain that the debate we had this morning on Senate Bill 247 is literally what's in this resolution. We felt it was fresh enough in everybody's minds from the conversations this morning to be able to move it in this way. We're just trying to get this into the Supreme Court's hands so we could get the answer in an expedited manner to be sure none of the dates for this nonpartisan commission is set back because we didn't do it in a timely manner.
Minority Leader McKean.
And as the Majority Leader said, we had debate and robust debate actually on some of the points of 247. 247 is the incorporation of every element in this resolution. And so if we need to get some re-engrossed versions to everybody so you can strike a comparison, then that can be done.
And just a reminder that Representative McKean, I do believe, Mr. Minority Leader, you have used your number of times that you're allowed to come up and speak.
That's it, then I'm done.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was just handed me at 10:14. I just want time to read it, that's all. So just give me time to read it, maybe, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Van Winkle. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if the sponsors can answer this question if they can't come back up here. But since we haven't had a chance to read this, I was just wondering if this is just about the commission itself, because if you start delaying what they need to do, every single date on the election calendar is connected to a specific statute. And I don't know if you guys are allowed to even answer that now.
Madam Majority Leader is allowed to speak as many times as she would like since she moved the motion.
Oh, remind me not to
Majority
do
Leader
that.
Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's exactly the point. That's why we're trying to move this forward to the Supreme Court, is so those other dates don't get pushed back. That's the urgency. That's why we need the Supreme Court to take this up as soon as possible. And we know that they have a meeting on Thursday with an agenda that we're trying to get this sent to in that time to make sure none of those election dates are impacted. I hope that answered your question.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have several questions with this House Joint Resolution. Number one being, who's going to represent the General Assembly's interest in front of the state Supreme Court? Number two, who's going to pay for that legal counsel to represent the General Assembly? Have funds been authorized and approved by the Legal Services Committee to be able to pay for any legal representation on this matter before the Supreme Court? These are very important questions because just sending a joint resolution to the state Supreme Court to have an opinion without legal representation, making the case before the state Supreme Court on what it is we have in this resolution is basically a question floating out there without an advocate to make our case for what it is that we as the General Assembly are looking for. I believe these are very important questions that certainly need to have answers addressed to this evening before I would feel even remotely comfortable voting on this, because I certainly would want to know that mechanism and whether we have retained legal counsel, who that legal counsel is, what they're being paid. All those are incredibly important questions that I'd like to have some answers to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we get to you, Representative Luck, and I will mark you down, let me recognize the Majority Leader real quick. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in a brief recess.
See no objection. The House will stand in a brief recess. House will come back to order. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw my motion and ask that move that we lay this resolution over till tomorrow morning, May 5th.
Not sure if I object to that. I'm just joking. Seeing no objection, House Joint Resolution 1008 will be laid over one day per the rules. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar
Till
will
tomorrow, May 5th.
be laid over one day until tomorrow, May 5th. We're going to do a little business. Reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Judiciary, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1120 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 30 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 64 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 162 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 171 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, the
Message
Senate
from the Senate will be buried in the journal. Message from the reviser.
we herewith transmit.
Message from the reviser will be printed in the journal. And I'm not sure. I just did a bunch of bills. I'm not sure. Yeah, just 1 second, and we'll introduce bills.
Can I make an announcement? Can I just make an announcement before you do that?
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before you all start heading out, please clear off your filing cabinets of any files. Make sure there's nothing left on your files. It's not our staff's fault that we've been here all night. They don't need to stay here any later either. And also, we were debating back and forth what time we're going to start tomorrow, but because we need to do this resolution first thing in the morning, we will be back at 9 a.m. He still has stuff to do, but we're done.
Introduction of bills, Mr. Gregorio.
House Bill 1301 by Representatives Escar and Holtorf, and also Senator Corman Moreno, concerning the removal of impediments to cannabis farming in connection therewith, promoting contingency plans to reduce crop loss based on adverse weather, and convening a working group to examine measures to reduce cross-pollination.
House Bill 1301 will be assigned to the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Water.
House Bill 1302 by Representatives Harrod and Doherty, also Senator Winter, concerning a grant program for small businesses affected by economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
House Bill 1302 will be assigned to the Committee on Business Affairs and Labor.
Senate Bill 106 by Senators Coleman and Priola, also Representatives McLaughlin and Baisley, concerning measures to improve successful transitions from high school to post-high school training and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 106 will be assigned to the Committee on Education.
Senate Bill 237 by Senator Donovan, also Representative McCluskey, concerning creation of the Colorado Forest Health Council and the Department of Natural Resources and in connection therewith repealing the Forest Health Advisory Council within the State Forest Service.
Senate Bill 237 will be assigned to the Committee on Ledge Council and then the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Water. Introduction of resolution.
SJR 21-016 by Senators Lundin and, what does that say?
I think Gray.
And Winter, also Representative Gray, concerning the designation of the Interstate 25 bridge over 17th Avenue as the Richard R.J. Lawrence Bridge.
Yeah. Senate Joint Resolution 16 will be laid over one day per the rules. With that, Majority Leader or Assistant Majority Leader, but it is still your birthday, Majority Leader.
You know, my birthday is technically 11:58 p.m., so I'm not even there yet, but that's okay. I move that the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow, May 5th at 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until tomorrow, Tuesday, May 5th, Wednesday, May 5th at 9 a.m.